Well, hello and welcome. It's so nice to see you all here. And I have many guests today because everybody wants to talk about Harry Potter. Are y'all ready? Yes, Corey, we are so ready. Who'd you get? All right. With us today, again, and I just want to point out we have several friends of Awkward Siblings here. It's so exciting. We have Abigail Ford joining us, and then we have the lovely Megan McCarthy, first-time streamer. Hello. And then we have the very adorable Charlie. Oh, darling, yes. Hello and welcome. And then Tom will join us eventually when the gremlins lose interest. That's all I got.
Bad bad.
So, how is everybody?
Good.
Good.
We got notifications that you're streaming.
Oh, wow. What a novelty.
Already.
Would anyone like to give themselves a proper introduction instead of my little terrible improv?
Sure. I'll go first.
Yes.
Pointed at. So. Hello, my name is Abigail Ford. I am a YouTuber, and Glory was so fantastic. I noticed that she put all of every link that Glory could possibly find for each of us in the description because it was just that awesome. So
it's something.
Yeah. So all my links are in the description to check out. And yeah, so I just a couple of months ago released a fantasy book. And yep. So that's me.
Would anyone else like to have a go?
Hello, my name is Charlie, and I am here breaking my rule since I did a video saying that this is the last time I'm ever going to talk about She Who Shall Not Be Named and these things, because the glorious Glory said, hey, would you like to talk about this? And I was like, yes, I do. Because I have feels. I'm also in the process of completely rebranding my channel and doing Vlogmas at the same time, which is just so much fun. Oh, and I'm also working on a bunch of novellas and short stories and stuff because it's going to be crazy and I can't just
boundaries? What are those?
And I started doing music again.
Yes.
And I've actually made a song over the weekend because, why not add more to things? And the podcast will be coming back soon. So if you haven't put in your request for what you would like me to be talking about, the time is ticking, y'all. Time is ticking for the next season. Yeah, I do a lot. Oh, I also stream Wednesdays and Fridays on my channel. I do too much.
So I guess it's my turn. Hi, my name is Megan. I have a YouTube channel. I'm hoping to be posting more content soon. I've started filming some stuff, so hopefully I'll get something put together soon. And I should be doing some streams coming up. I do have a stream coming up with Tessa Dean on Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. So that should be fun. Other than that, I think that's about it for me.
Awesome. Well, thank you all for joining us on behalf of Tom as well, who I swear exists. I mean, without y'all joining us, I'd be just here by my lonesome right now. So thank you all so much for that, Because, I mean, I don't know what if I would do if I were here by myself. I guess I would have to just talk and talk and talk.
And I know neither you nor I could do that ever.
We do get tongue-tied when we're by ourselves, don't we? Oh, well. So why don't we go ahead and say hi to everybody? And I just want to quickly plug. There's a link for the bingo card that will automatically generate for you. There will be prizes. We will talk about the prizes soon, a little bit later in the show. But here is Abby doing double duty. Hello, Abby. It's so nice to see you in text as well as face.
Thank you.
And there's Megan, who's also sneaked into the chat to do double duty. And Maggie has joined us, all the loveliness. How are the goats?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean,
Goats.
I got to be
Goat
honest with
content.
you. I feel very privileged because from time to time, Maggie sends me DMs of latest goat doings, and like I feel like a princess. Like,
Oh.
hello, little velvety goat babies. Yes, yes, very much. Let's see. We may have caught a Tom. How's it going, Tom?
Let's see how it goes.
Sounds good. Let's see where we are. Oh, and there's Charlie doing double duty in chat as well. Yes, Maggie, so many lovelies. Tom, Maggie's on your side with Die Gremlins Die. So maybe that's how you finally were able to join us.
Maggie is powerful. I'm just saying.
Right. Let's.
Mm. Oh.
You know what? Yeah, we're family. Okay. And then Maggie says that they also got a notification. It's a YouTube miracle. I'm actually genuinely surprised since apparently like Google and YouTube and everything went down this morning for at least an hour. And I was earlier telling Tom, I'm like, we're already ahead of schedule time wise, and I don't feel rushed, and I'm totally relaxed. So something terrible is going to happen. And I was like, maybe that'll be like YouTube will go back down while we're doing the show. Who knows? No promises, but we'll find you somewhere. And Maggie wanted everyone to know all about the Project Shadow, #Trampires, #Trampires in space, #World Anvil. Yes, there are links below. Woohoo noise.
By the way, Trampires in Space Volume 1 came out like 11 years ago. Just so you know, it's been out for a while.
Is it vintage? Does that mean it's vintage now?
Book 2 will be coming out hopefully next year.
Oh, very nice. And then Eva's here. Hello, just Eva. Hey. Sachets to the front row. Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. Oh, and CB has come all the way from across the pond. Hello, darling.
Hello.
How goes it? Okay. We are all caught up. So Harry Potter. Okay, y'all. Is there any business anybody wants to talk about before we get into the bloodbath that will surely be the Wizarding World?
I do.
Okay.
Just because I get a lot of people that actually ask me this directly, and I actually made a video on this, and apparently that did nothing. So I'm going to say it again. If you love Harry Potter, that's fine. That's fine. There is nothing wrong with loving a particular piece of media or a particular piece of content, even if the creator is problematic. Look, y'all, I am a huge fan of this guy, and it doesn't get much more problematic than the creator of this guy. God. The trick is how you actually go about your fandom and whether or not you are causing further problems. So while I am no longer a fan of Ms. Rowling, I still really have a soft spot in my heart for these books, even though I'm very critical of them, because you can be critical of what you love. So I don't want anybody to take anything that I or anybody else says as a condemnation of your fandom. Love what you love. But know that seeing the problems in it makes you a better reader. It makes you a better movie watcher. And if it's something that you never thought might be a problem, might even make you a better person. So I just wanted to say that right up front, because I know I have some fairly harsh opinions of certain things. And I feel like that needs to be said when we do media criticism, because there's a strain of media criticism out there that's like, oh, but if you disagree, or if you actually like the thing that I'm talking about now, you're horrible. And no, the people that act like that are horrible.
True. And I mean, if you have on your bingo cards separating the artist from the creative work, that's this. That is what we are talking about. And it is something that I think by the time you get to, obviously nowadays you don't have to get to be that old before you realize, wait, there's an artist in some medium that you like that is problematic. And this is not new to the 21st century. This was happening in the 80s. Frankly, it was happening in the 1880s. And so we've always had to deal with this. And I think it's good to have this conversation. And it's good to keep having this conversation. Like Robert Heinlein has been very influential in my writing, even before I ever read Heinlein, because the other authors I really was into as a child and a teenager and in my early 20s, turned out they were all very much into Heinlein. And so I was indirectly highly influenced in my writing by Heinlein, but Heinlein is seriously problematic. And I originally delayed starting this channel. Originally, I wanted to do Heinlein book reviews. And then I was like, but every single review is going to have to start with, let's talk about how problematic Heinlein is. And let me give a whole bunch of trigger warnings, both to Heinlein's life, his personal attitudes, and then the trigger warnings that the book itself deserves. These are legitimate, and not just for writers, but like musicians, personalities, painters, sculptors, you name it. Guess what? People are complex.
Perfection is for the realm of the gods.
Amen. So, by the way, the official Mr. P showed up. Hello. Lovely to see you.
I love that profile pic.
It's such a good profile pic.
So good.
Yes. I saw it first on Instagram, I think yesterday or today. It looks fantastic. Yes. Eva says, let's start with how old you were when you read the book. And did you read the book first, or did you see the movie first?
I read the book first. I know that. I read it a couple years before it came out on movie, I think. I was pretty young.
Because didn't it come out like in the late 90s, the first book?
Yeah. And I read it in the early 2000s, I think.
Yeah, and I think the first movie, I want to say, came out in 2001.
Yeah.
All that information is in the description below. Am I bothering to look? I wrote it. I'm not going back. So, yeah, I read the first.
1997 is the first copyright.
Yes. And I watched the first movie first in 2001, and my several family members were really into it and like immediately read the book, and or at least listened to the audiobook and loved it. And they raved about it so much that I think by the next year I read the first book. And quite frankly, I was not impressed with the first book. I love middle grade, so I thought I was going to be really into it. My favorite genre is middle grade. And in fact, I have lots of middle grade recommendations I can make. Like I thought I was going to be a middle grade teacher, and I have an entire library in storage of mostly scholastic middle grade books that I personally highly recommend. And to read the first one, it was like such a disappointment. I'm like, well, I'm good. We're fine. And however, the rest of my family just raved about all the audiobooks and just absolutely were into all the books and the whole thing. And so I was adjacent. Anyone else want to?
I am a completely late bloomer in that the book was released before I was born, so I have that excuse, right?
Oh, look at the flex on the baby.
But yeah, so then afterwards, I did not get into it until I was a teenager. So I think I read the books and watched the movies very close together. So I don't even remember which came first. It was kind of like, I need more as soon as I, was introduced. So actually, you know what? I think I watched the movie and then began reading.
Mm-hmm.
I got into Harry Potter out of boredom. I remember it as if it was yesterday. The Santa Ana winds were blowing in, and we didn't have an air conditioner because nobody in the East Bay had an air conditioner because you only needed it like 1 to 2 days a year. And so it's like 105 degrees and humid for absolutely no reason. And I turned on the television, and I believe it was HBO was doing a Harry Potter marathon, which was like a lie because there were only 2 movies out. And it was Sorcerer's Stone and Chamber of Secrets, but they were playing them like repeat back to back for some reason. And I watched them and I was like, oh, these are so cute. Like, these are so cute. And I mentioned to a friend of mine that I watched them and then he was like, oh, have you read the books? They're really, really good. And about this time, I think, let's see, where were we? We would have been about here, I think. I think Goblet of Fire was, the book that was out at the time, maybe one after that. And we bought the books and I started reading them. And the first book, I agree with you. I was like, this is so episodic. This is like, I don't get it. Like, how is this like the biggest thing right now? And then when I read Prisoner of, by the time I got to Chamber of Secrets, I was like, oh, this is kind of interesting. Prisoner of Azkaban, I was hooked. And that's how I got into it. We actually read from book 5, 6, and 7 when they came out.
Tom?
Well, I think I got put into Harry Potter because our mother loved listening to audiobooks while she drove around doing garage sales. And I remember listening to book 4, I think, is what she was listening to. And I'm just wondering, like, what in the world is going on? This is so insane.
That's fair. Especially for Goblet of Fire. By the way, real quick, Heather has joined us. Hello, Heather. Go get yourself a bingo card. There are prizes. And so is Sid. Hello, Sid.
Hello.
Hello, darling. Get a bingo card. You might win. There's all sorts of goodness. Okay, we'll see in a minute. Okay, so now that we've all been nice, that's lovely. I'm so glad that we've all had this bonding moment. And let's get into it. What do we want to say? Honey, it is time. Does everyone have their tea? Because I think now, so I feel like, okay, the reason why I picked Harry Potter for this episode was specifically I knew so many people have watched the movies and or also read the book. And it is, at this point, a cultural influence, whether we want it to be or not. Harry Potter is something that you can mention to almost anybody in any American state, and they have some clue, like at least the basic, that's about wizards, right? Or that's about magic. Like they have at least a basic knowledge. So it is a touchstone. And also because so many creative people I know were to varying degrees influenced by either a movie or all the movies, or again, one or more of the books. It's been a big deal to a lot of creative people I know, both here in Mississippi, but also like almost every state, or and anyone I've met online. Like, it's like, oh, do you feel like you're an outsider? Do you feel that you're not quite mainstream or you're not quite accepted by your local community? Have we got a Harry Potter series for you? And it seemed like most people, whether they were ever into fantasy novels before, found something in the Harry Potter, pantheon to connect with. There was some character, there was some fact about it, like something for everyone, it seemed like, or nearly everyone, I'll say. They're not quite some of the ultra religious Bible thumpers, but man, that's for another episode. That's next week's episode when we talk about it.
Who have, by the way, completely flipped and reversed on that dead.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Tom?
I mean, there is the whole being reborn after you die at the end, towards the end. I mean, there's definitely something for the religious folks.
See, that's what I thought years ago when, Harry Potter books were getting banned from school libraries and even public libraries left and right and getting censored. I thought, I'm really surprised of all the people that the ultra religious have an issue when there is so much Christian mythos here. Sorry, I know Christians don't like it when I use the M word, but interwoven into this, there's so much Christian culture in the wizarding world of world building that she who shall not be named. Did you catch that bingo card? Whoa! So I was really surprised that they were just automatically like, no, witches, off-putting.
Well, I would like to just say real quick, I think mythos is the right word there because she leans very heavily on the medieval Christian myth and the Arthurian Christianity.
Yes.
for a lot of her imagery.
Right.
So I think that's the most appropriate word.
Yes.
So I also have to just say before we begin the hate that I actually am quite fond of the Harry Potter, the religiousness, religious hate behind it, because I will always have a soft spot for it because someone found out I liked Harry Potter and Dungeons and Dragons and declared me a witch. So I will always be a little bit fond of it because I don't particularly care for this person at all. So
You're like, oh, you don't approve of me. Well, then I must be fabulous. Yeah.
okay, I'll take it. I'm fond of it now. So yeah.
So real quick, one of the things I have learned recently is, you know how we have this habit of going, you want the good news or the bad news first?
Right.
Turns out there's actually a right way, and that is you always do the good part first.
Well, and Tom literally beat me to it. Like, I let you go first. This is literally what I was planning, was like, okay, how about we all talk about this one thing or whatever we really love about this series? What is it that really, and you can talk about either as a reader, a viewer, or as a writer. And I'll start it off with saying, as a writer, there was literally, I think it was last June, not 2020 June, but 2019 June. I watched the Deathly Hallows Part. I know I watched Deathly Hallows Part 2 for the first time. I think it was also Deathly Hallows Part 1. I had also not watched. So I watched those, and then I just ended up literally, and this is actually true, Tom can roll his eyes. I did this. I had all the movies. We have them on DVD. I had all the movies put onto a hard drive, and I literally played it 24/7 for 30 days straight. Like, I slept, it played. I was awake, it played. I just literally binged for the entire month of June of 2019 was 8 Harry Potter movies nonstop. And the reason that I did this, aside from, yes, being very autistic, that is a very autistic thing to obsessively consume something. But the reason I did it is the thing that I really appreciate about her world building, her characters, and specifically the emotional arcs many of the characters have. I found it incredibly inspiring. I found it very perceptive. As far as most of the time, I do not see this level of depth of emotional characteristics, emotional intelligence even, in most characters, let alone in movies, but also, frankly, in most books, fantasy, and other genres, in fact. It's so rare. And frankly, it was so refreshing that, I just started literally every time I had a question for 30 days straight. Remember, it never stopped playing. It was 8 movies on rotation. I never had to keep pressing play. They just automatically went one after the other in order and then back around. And I would just Google any question I had about, well, why this or why that, and end up at all these lovely fandom wikis explaining all of this depth from the books that better explains a lot of what happened. But it was so inspiring. It really, frankly, took what I thought was capable in storytelling to a new level. And I will always be grateful for that, even though I do not appreciate the artist and the hate mongering that they currently do. I do not approve. I will never approve of it. But I did find it an inspiration. And that is the nice thing I'm going to say. And then I'm done with it. And anyone else like to get the nice thing off their chest?
The world building is quite phenomenal.
Yeah.
I think what I appreciated the most about it was the fact that the character didn't have great parents to begin with, because growing up I didn't have great parents. So to see that kind of portrayed, where this kid has, to go it alone, that was really uplifting for me to see, and I felt like I really connected with Harry Potter in that regards. I think that is my I think that was what drew me to the series initially. I think that's my nice thing to say, I guess you could say. Sort of nice thing.
A nice thing of like, this is where I connected with it, and this is where I found my door in.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it was the Dementors. Like, as a reader, when I read as somebody who's like struggled with depression my whole life, when I read the description of the Dementors and what they do, I never felt more seen as a human being in a book like that. Yes, that's what it is. The Dementor comes into the room and you are incapable of feeling happiness. It's not that you're feeling bad. It's not that you're feeling horrible or down. Just all feeling gets sucked out of the world. Everything's gone. Everything is gray. You just don't care. I felt so seen as a human being with that. And the idea of the Patronus, right? Trying to find that one happy thing, that one thing in your life that you can hold on to that can give you strength to get through it. Like, that was such a powerful image for me. And I will always be grateful for it because, again, as somebody who has repeatedly struggled with depression, I don't think I've seen it played out quite as well in any other story. Like, that's what depression is. Like, that's, and she's been very frank about that's what inspired her to create that. As a writer, I feel like Rowling gave us permission to be meta. She introduced into fantasy this ability to be postmodern, and fantasy had fought against that for so long. She's not the first person to do it, but she's the first person that got commercial success for it. I don't think you would have Lit RPG, which is the most postmodern of postmodern fantasy, without Harry Potter. It's that self-referential thing that it understands. Like, Harry understands everything around him is weird, but he loves it because it's so weird. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like, he is the fanboy in Narnia in a way that none of the characters in those books were. You know what I'm saying? Like, they were like, oh, weird magical monsters. Oh, no. You know, like, they acted more realistic as if they had never heard of such things before. Like, most fantasy creatures, especially in parallel or polar stories like this, they always exist in a world where there's no legends or stories about such things. And they're always like, oh, wow, there's a centaur. Oh, no, what is that? You know, he comes into that, him and Hermione come into this with this understanding of like, oh my goodness, you could do that too. Oh, and that, and, you know, and that giddiness where you're allowed to have that, like, yes, I love this. And this is in the story because I love it. Like, I feel like she gave writers permission to do that in a way that we probably wouldn't have if it wasn't for a literal billion-dollar franchise built on that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll forever be grateful to her for that.
I really enjoy the emotional story arcs that go through, but also the part where Harry is different. He's set apart. We see that at the very beginning. And he goes to school, and even though he is known as, you know, the one kid who survived, this doesn't actually get him friends. Mm-hmm. We actually see him work through this as a problem, but he still manages to make friends. And so I felt like that part was a bit heartening, that he's not instantly set up for success. He still has to work to make friends and be himself to succeed. And I very much liked, you know, how the first 4 books worked. The 5th book in story, I liked about the half of it, and then it just really went off the rails. I understood why it took so long to publish this book, and it still needed more editing. The 6th one, you know, the Half-Blood Prince, gave me hope again, because I really liked where the background information was going. Not that it actually ended up there. And then the last story, just, it really felt like she'd been writing to this, but it still didn't feel completed. It didn't feel as complete as the other stories. So it definitely led to me having a lot more headcanon with this story than a bunch of other ones, which is actually a lot of what inspired another episode we were planning to do about headcanons. Because there's a bunch of things that didn't seem to equal out in my mind from what I could understand in the stories and then in the movies. I'm sure at this point there's probably more in there in in the Wikipedias, but it brought me along. So like I always wanted to follow along in these stories. I mean, it really shows you the power of an emotional arc, as well as having a world that's fun to be in. If you can make a world that people enjoy, they'll keep going back, even if the story is okay. Because you just want to be part of it again. Like, I mean, we love reading about Hogsmeade because it's such a fun place. We love, hearing about Diagon Alley because it's just such a fun, cool place. So much so that, they literally made a theme park about it.
There's one other thing I was going to say quickly before we move on I thought of, and that was the themes of family that she has. Now, granted, I feel like she ruined that quite a bit, but I do feel like she had it set up great, the themes of family. And it, I really, really enjoyed that throughout the series until I didn't.
Yes. I mean, I love how everybody talks about, like, oh, this is what I love, but also it's sort of like where you're having a memorial about a complex person. And you're trying to remember their life and trying to, how they say, like, don't speak ill of the dead. And yet this was a complex person. Like it's like what I expect, Cruella de Vil's memorial, where everyone was paid to attend anyway. Of like, this really does remind me a little bit of some wakes memorials I have attended. But again, that is like part of the issue, right? Is that there's this troubled person at the heart of this world that we have all found a door into at some point and was like, oh my gosh, yes, this is the inspiration. And then we're like, oh, but hold up. So I guess like family. But anyway, so I was thinking we're kind of at that point where now might be a good time to do our 15-minute sprint break, however you want to interpret. And then when we come back, we're going to get into it. Okay, and I just want to remind everybody before we go, the link for the bingo card is in the chat. Get yourself a bingo card if you haven't. And then remember, you can actually click on the squares once something happens that corresponds with the chat, with, our streaming. So let me do the thing where I like an old person, I guess I shouldn't say old, but like a technologically ill-conceived person that I am. So, let's look. Let's do all right. Are we ready? We're going to do a 15-minute sprint. Okay, I do have it muted. Thank goodness. This one plays music. Anyway, I felt like Christmas. All right, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, sprint. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep.
Beep, 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 beep.
So, how did everybody do?
I got some slippers because my toes were getting cold.
Ooh, it's that time of year, isn't it?
Yes, even here in Phoenix, surprisingly.
I started filming my Vlogmas video for today and then realized this is a totally inappropriate background for that. And I was like, I'll do that later.
Oh dear. I can't wait to find out what that's about. Anyone else want to share?
I just watched videos. Nothing exciting. And went to the bathroom. So
You know, the things. Yeah.
mhm.
Tom, anything?
I was surfing around on my phone and stumbled upon the Loki TV show trailer,
That looks so good.
which looks fun and has a great little ending piece of him dressed a little bit like he just ran for politics this year in a business suit, but with his helmet and going, "What'd you expect?"
Huh. Okay. I will have
So
to
it's
watch
like, I have hopes for the humor. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Doom Patrol.
Yeah. I'm hoping it's somewhere between Doom Patrol and Legends of Tomorrow because,
Yeah.
yeah.
I read. So let's see. Is anybody talking in the chat? Did anyone do anything? I have no idea. Let's see. Abby just got a notification for the live stream. There were terrible losses at Disney
Oh,
of Butterbeer Steins. I mean, the tragedies just, yeah. It's rough. I love a good Stein. I got to be honest with you. I love a good Stein. And I'm also always been curious about Butterbeer. Stephanie has joined us. We've had several people joining. I think I've missed some. I'm so sorry if I've missed you somewhere. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm imagining it. Time is unimportant to me anyway. Let's see. CB added a few lines to the pepperoni advent calendar. Eva was surprisingly productive, versus expectantly productive or boringly productive. Oh, there. Carrie also that's right. Carrie was with the feeding the tiny human because they keep insisting on food. So here we are. Are we ready to actually get into the nitty gritty? Frankly, I got to be honest with y'all. I am probably the most middle of the road about Harry Potter. I like the emotional arcs for a bunch of the characters. I question some of the plot holes, but I'm not like, how dare you? And I'm just mildly disappointed in the rape culture, the ableism, not surprised about the sexism or racism. But, I'm just like, man, it kind of reflects real life. So, yeah. And also the weird part about all of the timing is I am 5 months older than Hermione's birth date. I'm 5 months older than her. And I went to boarding school literally the same time they went to boarding school. I started the same time in Canada. And so, and in fact, that is why I put under the bonus watching The Worst Witch, both the movie with Tim Curry. Do you have Tim Curry on your bingo card, y'all? Oh, the Tim Curry music video in the middle of the movie. Yes.
When Tim Curry
the
turns into
world's
David
biggest
Bowie for no reason, but I'm here for it.
Oh, anyway, yes, I was young and it was very inspiring to my burgeoning sexuality as a middle schooler. And then the St. Trinian's TV series, or not TV, movie series, both the original St. Trinian's, the 1980 Wildcat reboot, and then the 2000s reboot of St. Trinian's again with Rupert Everett. I also really enjoyed because this whole idea of the boarding school trope as a premise, I could definitely relate to. So, but again, it's not terribly wrong and it's not terribly right. It's just sort of meh. So it seems like pretty much everyone else here may have more of an emotional investment in the whole Harry Potter Wizarding World culture, and I recognize that and I accept that. And I'm like, I'm just telling you right now, I'm going to sit back and I'm mostly going to watch the spectacle, but know that I am here to support all of y'all. I will have aftercare available after the show if you want to like have any emotional support. I am here for you.
I almost feel like we should have created a chart of isms so we could just roll a die and like, okay, so we're starting with this ism.
Right. And I mean like the trying to make the list of all the Harry Potter parts of the bingo card, like it was just like, yeah, sexism in the Wizarding World, racism in the Wizarding World, ableism in the Wizarding World. And then later I was like, oh yeah, and let's not forget mental illness in the Wizarding World. Like just, you know, which honestly, I guess, like most art, reflects real life and the issues with all of these major societal problems we have in our real lives. We may try to make worlds where they're different, but the truth is we bring ourselves there with us. So.
I actually kind of want to start with the sexism because I find it so jarring in reading the books that a female writer did not, like every female character in the book is either frigid, crazy, or like every female character is a stereotype in some way of a female character that you would find. Even my beloved Luna Lovegood, she's a magical pixie girl. Like she's literally there to come into Harry's life to change his life. Like the only part of the trope it doesn't fulfill is he doesn't fall in love with her, though there's a kind of moment of wonder if they're going to. Like that if it wasn't for the magical Asian trope coming in of Cho Chang, I feel like they would have ended up the ones that
every time someone says Cho Chang, I just cringe. I'm so sorry, y'all, but it's like
because she's a character that comes out of nowhere.
Hard to bring in the racism in there too.
Purely exoticism on the part of the character. Like she is the most male gaze character I have ever read in especially a children's book. Because what do we know about her?
Yeah, she serves no purpose.
She loves without failing. She weeps when she thinks of her former lover, and she's hot. Oh my goodness, she's hot. Have I told you how hot Cho Chang is? Cho Chang's hot. She's hot. She's so hot. Like that. What else do we know about her?
That's about it.
Yep.
And
she's
it's
very two-dimensional.
Yeah.
This is exactly what I want to be known for as a woman.
Oh, God. And you would think that you would be safer of not having that problem when a woman is writing it. You know, but like I was thinking this past week, I was just thinking like, how many times does this book series or the movies pass the Bechdel test? Where you have two female characters not talking about a man. And it's like, I literally was screaming going, oh my God, surely at least one of the movies did. And I'm like, hold up, let me think about this. Because the problem is most of the time there's only two women or there's two or more women talking. It's like at about a like intergender situation like the wedding or a sports event where they're mostly talking about men. Of like, you would expect to not have this problem as much from a female writer, and yet here we are.
And the books would have been much more interesting if Hermione and Harry were switched as characters, because Hermione is such in so many of the three main kids, right? Hermione, I feel like is the most fleshed out. Like she's the one that I feel is the most 3D. Like I get her motivations. I know where she's coming from. Like I feel she's a very like fully fledged character, whereas Harry is just an evil hormone monster through most of the books.
She actually got character development.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And it would have been so much more interesting in a lot of ways if it was, Hermione Potter and da-da-da-da-da. If those two characters got switched, because she is such an interesting character. And I've always found it odd how a female writer did this. Like, it's one thing, like when I read Lord of the Rings, I love Lord of the Rings, and the female characters in Lord of the Rings are wallpaper. Like, I love the books, but like, oh, here's love interest number 1. Here's love interest number 2. Here's a magical woman who will be secret love interest that will save the day. Like, they have no personalities in and of themselves. But you sit back and you go, well, 1920s to 40s, male writer. Like, there's so much baggage in there that, like, yay, he remembered to put women in the story. Like, it's sad, but, I feel like I know Awen and Arwen better than I know half of the female characters in the books. And they're so, like, Molly Weasley is such an interesting character, but she is so tropey. She's stereotypical mom in every possible way, which I could kind of forgive because she is the stand-in mother that Harry never had, right? But we give her the weird obsession with Celestina, right? So she's also stereotypical fangirl, right? We then add into that the cutesy doodles that she has with her husband. So she's that girl. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just add trope on top of trope on top of trope, and that does not make a fully fledged character. It's so many missed opportunities with the entire female cast.
That could be the actual subtitle for the series. So many missed opportunities. I mean, you talk about Luna Lovegood being this just, manic pixie girl, but at the same time, when I read her showing up and the way she acted, especially in books 4 and 5, it seemed like it was going to be set up for that's who Harry ends up with. But at the last minute, they just, gave up that storyline because they wanted something more commercially viable and went with Harry and
Jenny.
Right.
Jenny. Yep.
Yeah.
He goes with Jenny.
Because, Luna was the only one that never stopped believing in Harry. So, he knew he could actually trust her. And that's always been Harry's problem, is he doesn't know who to trust. But I mean, that's usually every problem I have in the story is the missed opportunities. So my headcanon is very different.
Oh yeah. And Jenny could be a very interesting character, especially getting to see a tomboy written from a female perspective, right? Because I've read tomboy characters in stories, but they're usually men writing a tomboy. So they just write a boy character and put him in a dress, And it would have been so interesting to see a woman write a tomboy. Well, she's just basically that person that goes ooey gooey over Dean for a couple books and then goes Harry again. Because
it wasn't even just Dean. Yeah. She hopped around for a while.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I feels about obviously.
I mean, every time someone's set up for us to care about them, something happens in the writing, and no, you can't care about that person. I got to get rid of them. And this just happens every time.
Well, like, this is one of the
to the point we're shown like how we should care for Snape, and then nope, we got to get rid of Snape. I mean, like, that was the longest build-up, and yet right afterwards, it's that supernatural, super hell situation all over again.
Guys, because we only find out like his full backstory after he's dead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because in a lot of ways, I feel like Harry Potter is a story about the wizarding world trying to discover love from the perspectives of somebody who only has an academic study in it. And it's a really weird thing to read because everything's about love. Like from the very first book, when Dumbledore sits down with Harry at the end and explains like what's going on and why did my touch kill Quirrell, right? It's like because your mother's love, you know, like that's like from book 1 all the way through. Love, 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 love. Yet we don't see any of the things that go along with love. There's no compassion. Talking about characters that are just in the book to be spit on, like Millicent Bulstrode is one of those characters that gets under my skin because she's just there to be, oh, she's the ugly girl with the pimples who's really, really nasty. And even Hermione's just like, oh, yeah. Mean girl Hermione, like completely jumps out and just like, oh no, Millicent Bulstrode. You know, she's just there to be spit on because she's unattractive.
Yeah.
Like, that's her only purpose for being in the book. She's the unfortunate...
we see in this story and with She Who Should Not Be Named's writing the problems of internalized misogyny and Hays Code.
Yes.
Like that this anytime it goes against the norms of movies and media that she was raised on, you know, she immediately corrects because that's not right. And, that can't be allowed.
Which is the weirdest thing about the movies, right? Because they basically turned Ron into a non-entity when they made the movies and gave all of Ron's best lines from the books to Hermione. Like, all of Ron's best scenes from the books are recast in the films and given to Emma Watson, not Rupert Grint, to say. Which is that her trying to recuperate Hermione more? Or, like, what is that? Because that's sexism too. Like the character of Ron in the books, he's thoughtful. He thinks things through. He explains a lot of the world to Harry. Like in the movies, he's that idiot who falls down a lot and is afraid of everything and can't do anything right. Like he's Neville 2.0, but ginger.
Yes.
In the movie.
Yeah, definitely.
That's not the character from the book. Like they made him into a sexist stereotype of a boy to make him more acceptable. He's no longer in touch with his feelings. He no longer has any knowledge because any knowledge that he had now, well, Hermione's the smart one, which so she gets all of the smart stuff. Like the sexism really does go both ways. I don't know. It's so troubling.
Does anyone else have anything to add about sexism? Like, come on, Abby. Megan, do you have anything you want to jump in on? Because, like, I'm like, I have so much. Now, I know. I feel like I'm so cruel to put you both on the spot. Like, come on, Dares, dance for me now. Come on, Sasha, dance. Okay. Anyway, I'm so sorry, but if just interrupt us. We'll leave you to your quietude till then. So anyway, this sexism. What is this frickin' bitch thinking of? Why it's okay. This book series originally started as middle grade. Why, as a middle grade novel series, are most of the characters, if not all the characters, especially the children characters, so two-dimensional and not three-dimensional? When this is supposed to really appeal to children and appeal to their burgeoning sense of self-identity. And instead, the adults have more of a backstory than the children as far as like a three-dimensional, breathing people with wants, desires, failures, successes, so on. Why did they publish this in the first place? Who got bribed?
She had a friend at the publishing. No, she had a friend at the publishing company. These are the two things that never get talked about.
Okay.
One, people go through how many times Harry Potter got rejected, but look at it. It's huge. First of all, that first book needed a rewrite. It really did. Like a couple more passes could have made it a much better book. Like of the 6 books, of the 7 books, it's the weakest of the books. Yeah. And that's tricksy to do. But she had a friend at the publishing company who got her an in. And
Okay.
that's
Well, that explains a lot, because I have really wondered, like, who greenlit this in the first place, especially that first book, which really cannot stand on its own. The dialogue is genuinely terrible. I honestly, and this is actually true, I've had third graders write better dialogue in English class. Real children write better dialogue than what is published in the first book. And that's because they were writing dialogue based on things real children had said. And that was an issue I had, considering the age of the characters. And so it is supposed to appeal to, so the way it works with children's lit chapter books, anyway, is whatever the age of the main characters, subtract 2 to 3 years, and that's the age of the readers it's supposed to appeal to. Because children like to read about older kids. They do not like to read about kids their same age or younger. That's just how it is. And it's true of teenagers as well. So it's like that pretty much until about 18, 19 years old. And then they're more okay with reading about characters at approximately the same age, but they still tend to still want older, slightly older. So 20-year-olds will want to read about 22 to 24-year-olds and so on. And I just can't see it as succeeding. It must have had a fantastic marketing system for this to have gotten a second, a third book, and so on.
There was a push to get it into schools early. From, I believe, when book one was pushed heavily to schools as a reader book for kids, and book two was as well. And by the time book three came out, they had been kind of almost part of the curriculum, which is a lot of what caused the backlash to them. Is the publisher worked so hard to get teachers and librarians to include the books on their summer reading lists and whatnot, that people who see conspiracies in everything went, I see a conspiracy. And they were right. It just wasn't Satan. It was capitalism.
Right.
I know they're similar sometimes, but they're different.
Not by
They
much,
do feel
but
really
they're
similar.
different.
So, what next? Racism, ableism, or mental illness?
Well,
Actually, first, okay, how about, can I do a little bit of a segue with one of my favorite headcanons that we talk about a lot?
Okay,
for both.
Here's what I'm going to do. Y'all are in charge. All of y'all are equally in charge, and then I have to go because I'm having technical difficulties. So for the person who has another bigger card, good luck. Okay.
Ooh, wait, I think I have that on my card. Yes, I do have that on my card. Cool.
And it's this, and so what I'm talking about is both in gender problems as well as mental illness, is the really hanging plot and the lack of character development for Harry's aunt. Aunt, was it Violet? Viola, I can't remember. Huh?
Petunia.
Petunia. I knew it was a flower. And when we find out her backstory, we find out the backstory through Snape of everything going on. We understand why they raised Harry the way they did, which is they didn't want Harry to get magic or get involved in magical world because that killed her sister. And instead of this then leading to a better reconciliation between Harry and his relatives, and seeing Aunt Petunia at the end finally get some acceptance and peace, we just see them entirely separate and will never speak again. And it addresses both the weird gender politics going on about the evil stepmother trope that she wrote Petunia into, as well as the lack of addressing any kind of mental illness, of PTSD, of grief, of all these emotions we all naturally experience in these situations, never addressed properly.
Okay.
The magical
we're gonna
world
talk about
doesn't have mental problems.
Okay, I just want to. Okay, all right. I know I said I was going to sit back, and obviously I'm such a hypocrite. Okay. Aunt Petunia and her lack of redemption arc has always bothered me. So y'all, I don't know that you're going to actually know the reason where I'm coming from. So I'm going to tell you. So my degree is in psychology. Really, like even though it's education degree, it was originally from the College of Psychology at my local university, and it's in early child growth and development and education. So I had to take so many hours of child and adolescent psychology. So I have something I want to talk about real quick. It is a literal known fact, an empirical scientific fact, that if you neglect infants and toddlers, they have more than a 50% chance of dying within a very short period. We're literally talking weeks. And you're like, oh, but maybe that's just monkeys. Maybe it's just rhesus monkeys that need to be touched, Glory. No, I'm sorry to say that America, as well as England, have done some really horrible and immoral experiments on orphans with more than a 50% mortality rate in a short 2 to 4 month period of if you deprive infants and toddlers of touch, they don't die of disease. They just die from a lack of will to live. So the fact that Harry, after he was, given to Aunt Petunia and Uncle whatever his name is, the fact that he did not die from lack of touch shows that for at least the first several years of Harry's life, he was held, he was cuddled, he was loved every single day. He was given eye contact, he was talked to. And the fact that then she is painted as an evil, horrible person who is beyond redemption is inconsistent with her own character development. And I have always found this to be troubling. And I have heard like, oh, well, she had, the author had issues with, I guess she has a sister. Is that true? She has a sister? Yeah. And they're estranged, and that Petunia is essentially in a very similar, placed in a similar role to the author's sister, da-da-da-da-da. And again, that is something that as storytellers, as writers, we really should be aware of, that we may be taking our own personal prejudice and experiences of our own real life bullies and painting them onto our characters, when for the reader, this will be inconsistent and will be problematic. But also, let's not, pull a George R.R. Martin and murder all our bullies in the first few books of our series. And then by the end go, I don't feel like writing the book series anymore. I've killed them all. Because it's a problem in our stories. Like the reader's like, but what is happening? What is going on? Like, I just don't want to write it anymore. Because I've done everything I wanted to do, which is kill and torture all my bullies. Like that sort of problem. And it really seems to a certain degree like that's what the author did here with Petunia. But I just wanted to point out how literally Petunia's character makes no flipping sense if you know how human beings are.
Can I just say the fact that Narcissa Malfoy has a better plot arc, character arc, and emotional arc than Petunia does says so much about this.
Yes.
Because she's not even really a character in the story. We get one point of view chapter from her perspective when she goes to see Snape at the beginning of Half-Blood Prince. And we see her a couple times here, there, and yonder, just scattered throughout. And yet, a character that's in every book at the beginning of the book has less development than she does. Like that is intentional. That's not an accident at that point. Mm-hmm. Because she showed that she could do it. Like Narcissa's barely in the story. And by the time you get to the end of Deathly Hallows, like you can see her love for her children. You can see how much she loves Draco and wants the best for him. Who cares about this other stuff? Like whatever, like we're superior to other people. No, family, honey. No, right. Like you can feel where she's coming from. That could have easily been done with Petunia.
And it would have been a lot more powerful.
Definitely.
I just
But,
wanted to say
we
that
see this with so much
shown that she has the
throughout the
skill.
story. Say again?
I was just going to say she proved that she had the skill to pull it off if she wanted to.
Oh, yeah. But truly, like, you'd start to wonder, what is her problems with mental problems people have throughout, because it's so not addressed. But everyone has mental problems in this story. I don't think there's a single one who does not have, unless it's what do you call it? They're in shock for the rest of their life. I mean, what about Hermione?
Well, are you talking about catatonic? You know, are you talking about like Neville's parents where they're catatonic?
No, I'm talking about Hermione, who has literally erased herself from her parents and is on the run, has dropped all of her family, everyone she knew, and she at no point later on that she has a problem, that she grieves the lack of her parents now. So it's like she's just in a permanent state of shock.
I think that's one of the
because she never
things
goes through anything else.
That's one of the things I think the movie's actually captured a bit better is through Emma Watson's performance. Like she looks haunted. Even in the end at that train station, Emma Watson had the presence of mind to have kind of that like distant stare in her eyes because she's a great actress. Like she's just good at her job. But you can tell, like, that's not in the text. That's literally in her performance.
There's a whole bunch of, with the mental illness, she doesn't really ever address these topics. You know, she just glosses over it. And she has, all these characters with major problems. I mean, just look at Fred and George. Who's the one that lives? I can't remember. They're twins, so I can never tell the difference between the two. So
yeah.
She's British. St. George lives.
Okay. So George lives and Fred passes away, and they never really addressed how traumatic that would be to lose a twin, and someone they were so close with, and it's just kind of erased. Like, oh, everything's all hunky-dory now that the fights are all over, and she just ignores the mental trauma of it all.
Yeah, deaths happen really easy, and everyone's like, okay, guess that's a thing. Bye. Let's move on.
Well, I have to say, this is the one thing that I hate to keep bringing up Tolkien, but like I loved about his books is somebody who went to war in the First World War. Like he saw fields of bodies. He saw people that he knew get shot. Like he came back with wounds from the Battle of the Somme, right? He has this tenderness towards battle. Like it's not, the books don't celebrate violence because he lived through it and he saw it and he experienced it. And a lot of fantasy, and especially Harry Potter, just revels in the violence of it because there's a distance there. Like because death is so cheap in Harry Potter, right? Because it's just green flash dead. There's no blood. There's no, you know what I'm saying? Like all of the things that would make the death horrifying visually, right?
Right. It doesn't linger. You're dead or you're alive. There's no the lingering of violent deaths that usually occurs. There's no blood spill that is also incredibly traumatic for the human brain. And there's no person pleading for their life as they die and you can no longer save them. There's none of that messiness that so many real life deaths have.
It's like
we have it
that
only one.
They're dead.
I mean, I can only think of one time where this sort of happened. I think it was the Half-Blood Prince, the Snape spell that I can't remember Harry uses. actually, slices someone.
Yeah,
And that
Malfoy,
is actually addressed as more horrific than these spells that cause pain, unbearable pain. Oh, well, it happened, and then they just go on. We get one instance that Neville has some PTSD from it. But other than that, we never address it or encounter it again. But blood, we can see that, that's awful. That's actually problematic.
Well, this goes into the whole idea that death is magic in this setting. It lets you see the magic winged horses.
Mm-hmm.
Like how much of Luna Lovegood's issues is that she has a mental illness, and how much of it is she held her mother's hand while she died, and she's just haunted by it. Is that PTSD, or is that something else? Is it something else compounded by PTSD? Right? I mean,
right. Not like in the story, they have like therapists that can help people deal with this. For the most part, mental illness is just non-existent. Like it's even in the world that she's created, it doesn't exist. She's got the insane asylum that the parents of Neville stay at, but other than that, it's as if it doesn't exist at all.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that these are humans, but they are, they may be magic humans, but they're still human beings. And yet there's not this acknowledgement that people sometimes need a therapist or, a wise person to speak with to help them with their struggles. Because trauma-based diagnoses are serious, and they can be pervasive and long-lasting, and that it seems like, if anything, something about magic, or maybe it's the wizarding world, if anything, seems to generate more of these experiences, not less of these experiences, and yet nobody has made a spell or a potion to address the trauma psychology.
This is the problem with soft magic systems, and why I get irritated when writers use them. Because I love a good soft magic system. So the difference between a hard and a soft magic system is how intelligible are the rules. If your rules are locked down so that everybody understands exactly how the magic works, it's a hard magic system, because literally the rules are generally spelled out. Death Note is hard magic, right? We know exactly how the Death Note works because it's written on the back. This is how the Death Note works. There are these rules. That's how it works, right?
Right.
Avatar: The Last Airbender, they do their katas, and magic elemental stuff happens. And when used properly, you can have surprises, right? Like, to go to Avatar again, Boom Boom Man, right? Makes perfect sense within setting that somebody would be able to do that. Toph in the metal building bending makes perfect sense within the setting with what we know, but because the rules aren't set in stone, right? Because it's not a hard magic system, we can have that moment of surprise. A lot of writers, including She Who Shall Not Be Named, uses soft magic system as a way to just be lazy. We see Ron's mother constantly make food magically appear throughout the entire series until, we would like them to have a food scarcity for a plot point. And so we have Hermione magically make up an excuse for, all of that was in the refrigerator all along. You just didn't know that your parents went grocery shopping, and we can't do that. That's not how soft magic systems work. Like, in a proper soft magic system, you would have seen stuff disappearing or stuff appearing from place to place, or something like that, so that the audience understood where it's coming from. Maybe not why it's working or how it's working. And this, when it comes to mental illness, obliviate makes bad memories go away. Okay, so why can't they just obliviate Neville's parents' memories of the torture?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Soft magic system, we don't know exactly how obliviate works. So why? Now we need an explanation. Why are they still in there? If this is such a traumatic experience for them that it's made them catatonic, right? It's put them in this stupor, then isn't it mean not to just make the memory go away? Like, literally, you could cure PTSD by making all of the memory of it go away.
Mm-hmm.
Which maybe that's how every other character gets over it. They're just like, oh, pain, bing, yay, I feel better now. But why can't you do that with Neville's parents? And that's the problem with not having the rules established, even in a soft magic system, but also treating everything in your world as if, well, the wizards, they only solve things through magic, and since there's not a magical solution, we don't have therapists.
Right.
I mean, so another thing is I don't like that the magical world is portrayed as so perfect and as so like ideal. And yet here we have no therapists, no like real mental health help or like things that should happen to them. Like there's no community or like you think that if this is the ideal world, like you would definitely have that, right? And they wouldn't just get stuck in an insane asylum. Like that sounds like a nightmare, not like the ideal world. And yet it's treated like the ideal world.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and like there's so few magic users in the UK population. I mean, like I literally last year when, mainlining the Harry Potter series, I like started doing math about like, okay, how many magic users were there before Voldemort? How many? Okay, and they said they killed so many in the first war. All right, and how many left? And why? What? There's supposed to be more students at Hogwarts than there are. I mean, like I literally started crunching all the numbers, and I think like at a certain point we figured out that like there's in theory approximately about 10,000 magic users in the British wizarding world. When you have so few people, like, do you know that's half the size of the small southern town we used to live in? When you have so many, every single person would be so much more precious. You don't want to lose them. So, it is truly let's get on the research to go reclaim Neville parents' brains. We need the Longbottoms to contribute to our tiny society and economy here.
Mm-hmm.
What with there only being 5 jobs, 5 careers you could do.
And don't forget the Longbottoms were one of the longest lines of pure magic wizards.
Yep.
They're so delicate.
It seems like both groups would be trying to, recover them.
Yeah.
So there's a lot that doesn't check out in this world building as far as just basic logic. Like you do not need a degree in philosophical logic to understand these concepts. These are basic concepts. The fewer people you have in your society, the more important and precious they are to keeping your society running. So, while yes, most people don't know 10,000 people by name, they're going to know approximately 1,000 people in their lifetime. And that's a tenth of every wizard and witch in all of the UK. That's a lot. And so, yeah, most people would know or know someone who knows the Longbottoms. And it's like, and so on, as well as other people, like think about all the wizards and witches who withdrew after the First War and were just like, I'm not going to participate in society much. I'm old enough, I don't have to contribute again. And they just, were like hermits. That there are references to this. So the society has really suffered both from actual deaths, from all the disappearing, which we figured out was like several hundred people were disappeared before the First War and during the First War. And so that's like a chunk of almost somewhere between 5 and 10% of their original national society. And then to have our estimate is somewhere between about the same amount of people then withdrew from participating in the society. So there's almost like somewhere between 8 and 10% of their society is either dead or not part of it because they're so traumatized that they have withdrawn, which you could say is like psychological wounding. They would notice this. They would honestly, if they hadn't already, they would invent wizarding psychology right then and there.
Yeah.
In an attempt to reclaim at least the more reclaimable people that they could get, like to fix their problems, if only to, I assume, take them to Muggle psychologists to start working on this. That's what, like, in reality they would be doing, because humans are humans no matter where you go. They're approximately programmed the same. So you can really predict this, and it just seems so odd that she ignored all of this basic logic. Like, I understand most people are not like so logical like I am. I get it. It's just really easy for me. It's like a kind of a knee jerk of like, well, logically that doesn't really make sense. If you do A plus B plus C, you should get, either D or Z. And then, you deduct down. And I understand most people are not into that, or it doesn't come to them easily. But this is not complicated like a multi-step logical puzzle. This is basic. Go on. Yes, I'm done.
I would just like to build off of something Jules said in the chat.
Hey, Jules. I DM you, sweetheart. Message me back.
She said, so many authors just sweep mental health under the rug in order to have an ideal setting where they don't have to think about things. See, I feel like that could be true, but she sets herself up to have to deal with this, right? Like, when we see what happened to, oh crap, I just lost his name. The wizard that gets tricked into obliviating himself. Who writes all the books? Magical Me.
Oh yes, what's his name? The blonde, yeah.
Gilderoy Lockhart.
Thank you.
Like, that sets us up to start thinking about this, because he's been messing with people's memories this whole time, which makes you wonder, because so many things in these books come back, right? They're important later. Ooh, so who's been messing with people's memories all this time? We see him shatter his own brain at the end of the book, right? Yeah. So we come to expect that we're going to get some resolution to this. And we don't. It's an oddity. This is the thing that she brings in all the time. Mad-Eye Moody is brought in as an oddity because, can you trust him? He doesn't have his real leg. He looks odd. His eyes don't match. He's not symmetrically beautiful. He's got a big hunk of skin missing. He's deformed. Can you really trust him?
And she uses that a lot in her story. She if they don't look right, then they are untrustworthy or potentially evil. And even like Voldemort, he's missing his nose, and like he's this evil character. There's never any suggestion that beautiful people can be evil too.
Yeah, other than maybe Lockhart.
Yeah.
Or like that his beauty is more of an affectation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That he's not really beautiful. He's made himself beautiful for an appearance. And then she kind of drops this idea versus, Hermione, what she uses like a spell or a potion to straighten her hair.
The potion that Harry's
hair, which is racism. Yep. To like say that curly hair is negative is a bad thing. And then so even Hermione's using it. Yep. So presumably a lot of other people are also using similar spells and potions to adjust their appearance to conform more to some standard of beauty, no matter how odd it may be.
And yet this is the ideal world.
I don't know. It's really more like a dystopia to me, quite frankly.
It's a real problem in fantasy fiction.
Hunger Games ain't got nothing on the wizarding world, in my opinion.
But this is such a huge problem in fantasy fiction, where we equate beauty with the good guys, right? The elves. Galadriel is the most beautiful thing in the world, so obviously she's good. But those orcs, like, there could never be a good orc, because have you seen them? They've got dark, ruddy complexions, and their noses are all crooked, and their teeth are gnarled. They couldn't possibly ever be a good one of those. Like, this is so ingrained in fantasy fiction, and in most fiction, for that matter.
But particularly anywhere where there's magic, that there's this implication that if you are in any way disabled or you have physical challenges or mental challenges, that surely you would magic it away. That's what good normal people would do, right? Mm-hmm. Rather than, in reality, that's not what most people with what we call disabilities would do. blind people would not necessarily want to, magic to be able to have sight. They would instead magic the world to be accessible to them.
Yeah, exactly.
For hard of hearing in the deaf community, they do not want to necessarily have hearing. They want to not have problems. There is a difference. They're not changing. They're not interested in changing themselves, which is absolutely understandable. They're interested in being able to still communicate with everyone else without having these barriers of language due to, being hard of hearing or deaf. And that's what really troubles me about magic systems. It's like, no, there's no disabled people. There's no people in wheelchairs. There's no people missing limbs or any, having problems with like grip or anything. No. Everybody is perfect because that's what magic does. It's like, that is literally not even how people would actually use magic.
It would actually, there would be more people with disabilities because there'd be more, less people would be dying because of inaccessibility to things. They'd have more accessibility tools to offer. It would actually, you'd see more of it in society, not less of it. You would see a lot more people with disabilities than before if there was like a magic and, you could help disabilities. You wouldn't see less of it. It would be something you'd see more of in actuality.
I mean, quite like I have Ehlers-Danlos, and that means that from time to time I have such severe injuries, mobility injuries, that I can't really walk or move around without pain, a lot of pain, or sometimes I just literally just can't. Even if I'm in pain, I still can't walk. I would not magic away the Ehlers-Danlos because it is useful. If you fall, you bounce. You don't break. It's great. It's true. But instead, I would magic myself to be able to levitate everywhere when I'm injured. That's how I would not change me. I would change my environment to be more accommodating to me. And I've talked to many people in wheelchairs or who use other mobility devices. And and we've all loved, fantasy and sci-fi. And that's something that we bond over. And I would always ask, like, okay, if you lived in Magic World, what would you do? And not a single time did anyone ever say, oh, I would be able to walk like a normal person. Every single time it was like, oh no, I definitely want to levitate because I hear walking is exhausting. Every single time I'm like, that's awesome. Or they say I could fly. I would want wings and I would want to fly because if I'm going to have to put out the effort, I want to be able to like actually soar. And I'm like, brilliant. This is how human psychology works. So you're absolutely right, Megan. There would be more people with what we would call disabilities or challenges or whatever, rather than less, because more people would have survived, more people would be out and about in the world with autonomous lifestyles because they wouldn't need an assistant to get in and out of vehicles. They wouldn't need someone to help them grocery shop because they can't reach things and so on. They would instead be like, yes, the environment is exactly what I want it to be and I am ready to go, y'all. That's exactly what it would be. And it drives me bonkers that there are so many fantasy authors who do not take advantage of this. Like, do you realize the potential readership?
I mean, 1 in 5 people, what is it? 1 in 5 people have a disability. That's like a huge chunk of the population right there.
Just only physical disabilities. That does not include.
Oh, that doesn't even include mental disabilities?
No, ma'am. No, it's even
I thought
more.
that included everybody.
If you include both mental and physical disabilities, it's more than 40% of the entire global population.
Wow. I did not know that.
Yes.
But that's a huge number of people.
I mean, look, I
want to be seen
adverse for a minute here. But I really want people to read my stuff. And I'm like, do you realize the potential market, y'all? If we just accepted our readers for who they are? So controversial, yet so brave. Anyway, okay, go on, Megan.
If I can just circle back real quick, like this is the intersectionality of this, though, right? The internalized misogyny that we talked about earlier says that you're not a valid woman if you're not beautiful and perfect, right? Like that's like the root, one of the roots of that internalized misogyny that we see brought through all of her characters, right? Molly is the perfect wife. Narcissa is the perfect wife, but the other side of the thing, right? She's the blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty whose skin is perfect and everything,
Yes.
right? So we have the matronly wife and the,
the cold, rich wife versus Molly is the warm, more working class or poor middle class wife.
But with that, you have to get rid of everything that's ugly.
Everybody else, both in between and on the other ends of the spectrums.
Because that's how these overlap. You know, if you have to be perfect to be a proper real woman, and I really want to, like, this is one of those places where I wish I could, like, put a filter over my video right now to be like, these are not my opinions, I do not mean anything.
Right, me too. Yes.
I would like totally have that one scrolling over my face right now. But you know, if these are,
it's right there with, we will never say certain words. We're just not going to be recorded saying it.
Right, we're never saying certain slurs.
That's why you see me like constantly doing air quotes when I'm doing this. So if every clip, if the video, they'll be like, why is Charlie's fingers going crazy?
Bunny ears all the time.
But if we're going to internalize that in a way that this world really has, then you can't have mental illness. Like, that's not allowable. Like, that's the overlap. That's where all of this feeds into itself. You can't have people that aren't beautiful. You can't have people that aren't, like, most of Harry's concerns are about his physical appearance. He's constantly throughout the books, well, I'm not as tall as Ron, I'm not as handsome as this person. He's so obsessed, and that's relatable because kids go through that phase.
Right.
But in the wizarding world, where you can literally be whoever and whatever you want, would that still be as, like, I'm sorry, I'm back to Millicent Bulstrode, but you know, like, how do we not fix it, right? But like, you see this feed in to how people with mental illness are treated, right? They just shuffle them off to St. Mungo's, and we never talk about them.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here's another fun one.
His parents.
Here's a quick fun little thought, though, on the logic doesn't hold up. So in the third book, I think, is where we get who's the new defense art teacher?
In the third book?
Yeah.
It's Lupin.
Lupin, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we keep talking about how disheveled Lupin's clothes are.
Right.
We're in a freaking magical world where you can just tap on things to make it do what you want, and he can't tap on his clothes and make them look ironed?
Right.
What the hell?
Well, it's an affectation, surely. It's an aesthetic. He is the rumpled professor, right?
And not even Dumbledore would walk up to him and be like, here, let me get rid of the patches in there and reweave the cloth.
And he's like, look, I did this on purpose. How dare you, sir?
Hermione. Like, yeah, thank you, Abby, for saying that. Because, like, Hermione, like, every time Harry's got, like, a scratch on his glasses, it's just like, let me fix that for you. And she never is just like, Professor, let me fix the patches on your clothes.
Or
Right.
even Minerva.
Mm-hmm.
Would she not do it? I mean,
Like, yeah.
How about we have a goat break and have another 15-minute break? And we can come back and discuss more upcoming, I assume, what is it? Racism, more ableism? Maybe we'll talk about how, what is it? Oh, the fallen hero trope. Since everybody's talking about tropes in the chat, which, by the way, I'm absolutely loving the chat. It's fantastic.
I'm glad you're stopping because Tom just brought up Lupin, and that's a whole can of worms.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's why it's like, okay, let's take a goat break. I'm so used to because of Maggie, like, go check on the goats. And we will come back in 15 minutes. So everyone can accomplish whatever they need to. You know, bathroom, again, velvety goats, something. I'm not partial. I don't know what you're talking about. And we'll look at this lovely timer that Camille made. And ready in 3, 2, 1, sprint! Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep.
Beep, 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 beep.
Welcome back. How did everybody do?
I continued the rebranding madness.
Maybe. Oh, how is the rebranding madness going?
My color palette is fierce, and I love my new font.
That's awesome.
I almost finished dinner.
Hey, look at you. Gobble, gobble, gobble. What'd you have
I
for
had
dinner?
one of those Uncrustables.
Are those any good?
Mine was a little stale, so it wasn't that good. But usually it's pretty delicious.
That's cool. What did you have for dinner, Abby?
Some sort of chicken. It's not my turn to cook, so I'm not sure in the flavoring. It was tasty, but I'm like, what is that? And then broccoli. Steamed broccoli.
Nice.
Sounds good. And you, Tom?
I continue to wander
Yes.
aimlessly.
Are wandering. We did also get, we promised, as promised, going to go over prizes for bingo. New prizes. Not that the old prizes are not still necessarily available. Some of them are not, since some people have got them. But that Tom suggested that I go over my Surrender Dorothy stretchy hairband collection.
Oh, nice.
So hold on, let me do the thing. Okay. So there is Dorothy's outfit. There are the ruby slippers. Can you see that it's sparkle? And there is, oh, who could that be? I don't know. And then let's see. Tom also picked out the fingerless gloves.
Ooh.
Does not come with the model hand. I'm keeping that. Sorry, y'all. And then Tom made an acorn hat.
Oh.
Which I am not modeling well, but it looks really great. I obviously must need to be trained for modeling. And then, of course, yes, there are still some hickey hiders available.
Nice.
So, anyhow, I just wanted to go over prizes as well. Am I forgetting anything, Tom? Maybe no. Yeah, maybe no. Am I forgetting any? There's something I'm like, no, I'm keeping it. Like I made a crown a while ago.
Your talent never ceases to amaze me.
Nice.
Yes, I just wanted a crown, quite frankly. I wanted a washable crown. Don't ask why. Anyway. Not important. We all have things.
I've never wanted a specifically washable crown before until now. Until
But I mean,
this moment.
About sci-fi fantasy conventions, having it washable, let alone, resistant to stain, would be useful. Just that. So
yeah.
Those conventions get wild. So anyhow, let's look at the chat. I think Eva has at least one bingo. Maggie may also. Rebranding. Eva is very curious and doodled a bit. CB read and gave my teeth a once over. Oh, yeah. That happens. Change channel art. There we go. Are you streaming tonight, Charlie?
I really don't know. I am thinking about it because I have a lot of stuff that needs to get done before I can call my workday over. And as you know, I use streaming as a public shame circle to ensure that I'm still working on the things that I'm supposed to, because there's an audience going, so how did you do? And I have to report back. So there's a good chance that I might stream tonight.
I mean, yeah, I get that. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. What? Yeah. No, go on.
I'm just saying I'm conflicted because Austin's not doing a productivity stream tonight, and that would normally be like what I would work to, but I might get distracted because her book launches tonight. So I am.
Very nice. Maggie says I worked on dividing a 310,000 word manuscript into 5 books and discovered that if I do 6 books, I can have the beginning event and end event of each one at the same location in the world. Oh, yes, do it. Eva says, oh, actually, send me a price. Okay. Slide to my DMs, let me know what you want.
Suddenly, we find something. Eva's actually like, no, okay, I do need that.
Eva was like, no. And we're like, really? Because, like, you have I literally have totes upon totes. And I mean, like, totes, not like a tote. I mean, a tote that I could fit a goat into. Of crochet things. There's random things. There's everything. Maybe I'll take some pictures. I literally have those, those big Ziploc sacks, that they advertise you could put soccer balls and stuff, filled with crochet random, just absolute randomness in there. Like, just, what is this? I don't know either, and I made it. I don't know what these pieces are. I don't know. But you can interpret my fiber art however you want. It's real art, since I don't even know what it is. Yes, the model hand, isn't it pretty? But no, you don't know how hard I had to work to find these model hands.
Yeah, it took time.
This beautiful Art Deco piece. And it's my hand. I just have these mom hands. Okay, yes, the hickey hiders are, yes. Who wants a hickey hider? Maybe I'll just start with that.
Yeah, I've been telling Glory the last few days that we need to start using the hashtags compliment bondage and hickey hiders as part of our branding. And she's like, but why? No one's coming for this. It's like, yes, they are. People will show up for compliment bondage.
I'm pretty sure that's one of the main reasons people come to my streams.
Yes. Yes, I agree. Everyone needs a crowd. See, that's what I was saying. And I was like, say, this way I can like pack it and not worry about it getting crushed in my suitcase. I thought these things through. Okay. So. Oh, and sorry, Phoebe got a snack. I don't know what that is. Is that chocolate? I don't know. It's British, I'm guessing. I'm sure it's delicious. I'm just assuming that in this crowd we only eat deliciousness. There. Yeah. Okay. So the Wizarding World, y'all.
Back to hell.
Oh yes. So back to the hellscapes.
Did somebody say Lupin?
By the way, if you had on your bingo how trauma normally affects characters versus Harry Potter characters or something like that, yeah, you should definitely mark it if you haven't already. So Lupin, shall we go into Lupin and how, like, he's just been done dirty so much?
Yes.
May I begin with a short PSA?
Sure.
To all fantasy writers, science fiction writers, and other writers out there who would like to at least pretend to be an ally to the LGBTQ community, and you decide that you are going to create an analog for us, don't just include us in your stories. The idea that a friend of yours dies from AIDS, and so that reminds you of werewolfism, is interesting. But then to make the most prominent werewolf in the setting a pedophile who likes to attack children makes your analogy problematic. Like, this is not just a problem with He Who Now Shall Not Be Named. This is a big problem with Star Trek, my beloved Star Trek, who likes to analogize everything, and those analogies never work. Just use queer people. Just have a queer character in your setting. Just do it. Don't please stop with the analogies. They break down in terrible, terrible ways. Thank you. This has been your PSA for the day.
Thank you.
Because that's the problem with, that's my biggest problem with Lupin is not only did she since the books and the movies have come out, she has backfilled him with so much meaning that it makes the character obscenely problematic. Because, oh, so werewolfism is either being gay or having AIDS. Okay, depending on which interview you want to read with She Who Shall Not Be Named. Okay, well, that's interesting because he contracted it when he was forcibly assaulted by another person who had it as a child. Like, it goes back to the whole thing of, you know, she claims she's a feminist and then has very problematic feminine characters. This was like the first problem that I had with her is her allyship back when that was still a big talking point for her before she changed her branding. No, because Fenrir Greyback is every queer stereotype in one package.
Yeah.
He's lecherous. He's about doing terrible things to kids so that he can infect them, convert them, and make them what he is. It's
I feel like it just shows that she was never going to truly be an ally. She, deep down, her views on people who were not part of her particular group, her one singular particular group, were all other and all awful people in her idea, in her mind.
Yeah, very much black and white in a gray world.
And I get that it was not legal to have queer characters in children's literature in Britain until recently.
Very recently.
Very recently. Like
less than 10 years ago.
Yeah. So I get why there are not out queer characters in the books, and I don't fault her for having to ex post facto be like, oh yeah, Dumbledore, gay. Because, okay, I could see how you would intend that you tried to code that, because I always read him that way anyway, and couldn't explicitly say it because, you know, law. Okay, that's valid. But Lupin, who is, by the way, an extremely queer-coded character.
Oh, yes.
That you will never convince me that he did not at least have a crush on Sirius, or that Sirius was not the love of his life. Like, you just can't... like, even in the books, the way he's described at looking at Sirius, I look at my husband that way. I don't look at my friends that way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, that's not how I look at, like, oh, that guy I went to high school with that we were really tight. No, that's not how I look at that person. Those are bedroom eyes.
Yeah, and really, you get the sense reading their story back then that he only let Sirius and James tag along because he had such a thing for Sirius. If he hadn't had such an interest in Sirius, he would have kept him away like he kept everyone else away.
And so it's problematic when you're doing all the queer coding, which is obviously done there, and then you give him this transmissible disease, which I get it. AIDS is a problem and has been. Just give people AIDS. Don't give them an analogy to it. The analogies don't work. This is where all of this falls apart when you try to analogize.
Especially because it turns him into a monster. Like, it's not like it's just an illness. It's something that turns him into an actual monster to be afraid of and to be, you know, scorned and villainized.
So, like, if you want to use werewolfism as an analogy here, right? Have it turn him into something that is frightening to look at, but isn't actually dangerous. right? Because that actually does capture a lot of the fear, especially at the time, around people who had HIV/AIDS. That people were afraid of them. Like when Magic Johnson came out that he had AIDS, a lot of basketball players went and got tested just because they had worked out on the same equipment as him or played on the same basketball court. Because there was fear there. So, right, if he just became a big cuddly wolf man, right, he became super furry, right? And it was just like, I know I look scary, but you know, he became the wolf version of Hagrid. Yeah. Okay, maybe we could talk about this as an analogy, but he literally loses his mind and tries. Who does he attack? Who's the only person we see that he can attack? Right? Oh, the kids. Not his own peer group. All the stories we get of him as a child, right? The only person we see him even getting close to attacking is Snape. But even that was a tragic mistake and not something that was meant to happen. But he did, because he doesn't go after Pettigrew, right? He doesn't go after Sirius until Sirius turns into a dog and attacks him back. He goes straight for the kids. Joanna, methinks thou hast a problem.
You know, the thing that I don't hear much I don't hear people talking about much is that as writers, we really do put ourselves and our thoughts into what we write. Whether we mean to or not, it's going to come out. And that can be very scary. It can be very daunting. But at the same time, there's another side to that coin of like, it can be very compassionate. It can give people hope. But we need to be open to the fact that we are going to find out our own biases and the things that we have ingrained and we've internalized when we write out. And then especially when someone else reads it and goes, hey, so I want to talk about this internalized misogyny you have. And I mean, like, that is literally a conversation I had with another writer a few weeks ago who asked me to read their outline for a story for a book. And then I was like, okay, I did read it. Do you actually want to hear what I think? And they're like, no, I really want to hear your honest opinion, which, let me tell you, saying I want to hear your honest opinion to a fink is a dangerous thing. Just a fair warning to y'all. And so I was like, okay, well, you know, I talked about several things, and then it was, am I supposed to put you in, Tom? Nope. You've got a, what's going on, Tom? But I was like, let's talk about the internalized misogyny in here and how your hero you've set up to become a Banana Republic dictator. Instead of the more qualified woman in the character, you've had this young male with no experience run a country. This is a problem. And they were absolutely... Tom, you've got a echo. Try talking now.
Do I now?
No. You just got a whole lot of...
I hear like a whirring noise. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, well, give me a second. I'll see if I can fix that.
Okay. They were just absolutely floored about this. But, I mean, I figure it's better to find out early about it rather than later when millions of readers are like, hey, what's up with this? But when it was pointed out, did she try to fix it? Did she try to address it? Or did she double down? That's the problem. And I mean, we all have this, like, oh, believe me, I have had some people really read me to filth about my own writing because I didn't see some of my biases. This is a while ago. I try to work on it as people tell me, but like, I remember in my early 20s and I was like absolutely floored that people could read these things about me that were not directly in the story. And it was like, that's how it is with writers. So we need to be prepared for this. And that is the best part about beta reading. As well as sensitivity readers. Please, 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 you sensitivity readers. For the love of God, you sensitivity readers.
Oh,
And-
that does remind me. Something else I wanted to bring up about this, which is not part of the ableism and essentially, all the bigotry that's laced throughout that we, find out about her background,
And the
but
anti-Semitism.
about readers and the purpose and use of, sensitivity, but also just alpha and beta readers. Like, you can tell she never had a person who taught at a school read this.
You mean like this is you mean our conversation about how all teachers ship their students in the teachers lounge?
Oh, yes.
There's not a single school I've ever worked at or interned at where all the teachers in that grade ship their students around, like not like in actuality, but like they will actually sometimes, and they're like, oh, I think so and so would be great for a friendship or romantic relationship with other, so then they will move their chairs around. They will actively manipulate students and ship them together, change their chemistry partners.
Can I just say,
Yes.
just explain my entire school career? Like a lot of weird things now make sense.
Yes.
Yes.
And this is something that all teachers have always done since the beginning of time, I swear to you. This is yes. Once teaching stopped being for pedophiles and teaching, and I mean, like, I'm talking about the Greek pedagogy, the original root of it is, but once it was not sexual, then it just became the side sport for teachers to start shipping students and even setting them up on blind dates with other students or former students. Real true stories. So the fact that she didn't even know about this or realize this is troubling.
There's just so much troubling in there. I just want to add to that, like, you learn a lot about yourself. Like, I'm rewriting one of my favorite books that I ever wrote right now because I went back and reread it and went, oh God, no. Like, I see things in there now that at the time I thought I was being like very open and honest and like free thinking, and oh. That book says things about my own internalized misogyny that I just can't even cope with anymore. And so my solution was not to pull it off the market because I love the book. I think the story can be saved. I'm rewriting it entirely to fix it because I love the book. Like, most of the plot's going to stay there.
Right.
Some of the relationships are changing.
Yeah. But isn't that the wonderfulness about being in this present in the future where it's so easy to rewrite and make these changes very quickly?
And I there's part of me that wonders, like, do big authors not do that because they don't want the George Lucas attacks put at them? Because no matter what anybody thinks about the changes he made to those movies, they're his movies. He can do whatever the hell he wants.
True.
Like, that's the thing. He made those movies more what he wanted them to be. More power to him. Like, I would love to have $1 billion to have a whole bunch of people dress up as my characters so I could boss them around on a set for a couple months and then make a movie out of it.
When
Like,
fanfic goes to the next stage of cosplay enactment.
like, I would love to do that. Like, he literally lived my dream with the prequels. Like, I don't care what anybody thinks about the prequels. That's living my dream. He went, ooh, here's some things I could do with these characters. And instead of getting his toys out and like, pew, 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 he literally went, here's $1 billion. Let's do it. Oh, my heart. But, like, there's so much that she could go back in and fix and has had the opportunity to. And we can see that she didn't want to. When she was called out for basically saying, all Native Americans are exactly the same and believe the exact same things for time and perpetuity, and a whole bunch of people went, miss?
Literally not even close. Like, literally not even
Miss?
in the same ballpark. It's in a different town in a different state of that ballpark.
Her solution was, oh, but I'm an author, and so I'm just making it that way in my world. And she got away with it.
Let me say, the author card, I think, should only work if you're making up words. You should be able to say,
Who's the author who likes to make up words for new vegetables?
yes, that's it.
Because it's the George R. R. Martin excuse. We can't allow it anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. I shouldn't be able to use that excuse for anything else.
Yeah, but I mean, like making up like new tomato squash or something, or like new fruits and vegetables. Look, those fruits and vegetables are not oppressed. It's okay.
But I mean, but we also see this done in the exact opposite way by Hollywood and those in power as well. That it's also you have to fight so hard against with what's her name? She made it she had a magic world with I think it was Earthsea.
Ursula
K. Le Guin.
And like she did so much effort to make sure there were all these different groups. And then what's the first thing they want to do is like, no, we got to make everyone white. And she's like, nope. No, my main character's not a white boy.
Yep.
Stop doing that. But when they do, like, it's hard. It takes so much effort to keep the people in charge from going, but I don't like that. I don't feel comfortable. It doesn't represent me.
And that's the thing. You have to remember, like, she wrote Crimes of Grindelwald. Like, she wrote that. That's not based on this isn't The Cursed Child, right? She didn't like write a short story and other people like write the actual thing, right? She wrote that script. She wrote that screenplay. She was there working on the shooting script with them. Those are her words in every character's mouth. If there was ever a time for Dumbledore and Grindelwald to be out, but no, we get secret Dumbledore and other I don't even know what all happened in that movie because it's hard to remember because honey.
I'm gonna be honest, I watched the first Fantastic Beasts movie and I got so ticked off about how the Jewish characters were portrayed. Like, I'm like, no, as a Jewish woman, I'm here to tell you that's literally not how any Jewish woman in America has ever thought. And that was where I got off the boat. I was like, I'm sorry. Like, I loved that little Muggle character, the baker. Oh, gosh, like, I would totally take him home, too. So I guess that part is right about Jewish women. I guess that stereotype is accurate. Yes, I'll take the pastry chef home. But it's just, I did not even bother to watch the second one, and I'm sorry. So I don't know, but I know that people complained the way that they did. I was like, you're not talking to me.
I will be honest, both of those movies show why she should not have written the screenplays. They are not screenplays, they're treatments for novels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are two completely different things. But even there, like she had the opportunity to finally, in a movie, be like, oh yeah, they totally hooked up. And no, they have a weird secret blood brother bond thingy that they cast a spell that we've never heard of. That's apparently up there with the Unbreakable Oath. But because she already did the Unbreakable Oath, we can't do the Unbreakable Oath again because the Unbreakable Oath is unbreakable. So this is going to be a kind of breakable oath, but not really a breakable oath, but kind of, a sort of almost unbreakable oath that they made.
It's called dating, Charlie. I think it's just called dating. It's called dating. What I actually want to say is something a little more NC-17 rated, but I'm not going to. But
she actually had to make up like this whole other thing instead of just being like, no, they're dating. That's why I don't want to go after him. I love him. I don't want to have to risk killing him. Like, it's such a simple line.
Yeah.
It's a certain kind of hypnotism that we all know quite well when you're dating.
Hello.
Hey, we just caught a wild Nikki.
So that's on the card.
Have it on your bingo card. Be sure to mark it, y'all. Let me know when you get bingo. Don't wait till the end of the show. I need to know now. I have a list.
She's checking it twice. She already knows who's naughty and nice, so you don't have to worry about that part.
Oh, no, I like the naughty people. Or I guess I should go. Anyway.
I say, do I need to go get your little door hanger?
Which door hanger?
364 days of fun, 1 day of coal.
Oh, Tom did give that to me a couple of years ago. But anyway, yes, the naughty people also get lovely treats. So I know, but yeah, y'all, you really don't hold back on your bingos. Just literally type in bingo, so I know. I don't operate on subtlety.
Subtlety?
I don't know what that is, but I've heard about it, and it sounds exhausting.
Did somebody say subtlety? I mean, that's my like speciality.
Subtlety is the reason I have not dated more, because I have totally missed so many people flirting with me.
Yeah, that's fair. I've watched it. It's painful and hilarious all at once. And in my
I kind of want to take Tom to some of the conventions that we go to because we have flirt offs. Like it's just a challenge. Like who can get the whole point is to get the entire crowd because they always they're like dance battles, but with flirting. Like crowds form, and the whole point is to get the crowd to go ah! And like nope out, but not because you said something disgusting. You're not allowed to say something disgusting. You have to like make them feel like they're seeing something they shouldn't be seeing. They're hilarious. I think these would benefit you.
I mean, in fairness, because now there's a vaccine coming down the line, I have started researching sci-fi fantasy conventions in various states so that I will have an excuse to visit my author friends while also having something to do for the weekend just in case.
Same.
Yes, I'm very much looking forward to getting sprung from lockdown.
So, hi everybody.
Hi, Nikki.
Hello, Nikki.
Hi, Maggie. I see your comment.
But I mean, shall we continue on with there's so many
I was
problems?
like, everyone got quiet. I'm like, was I supposed to talk about something?
No, I wasn't sure if you had something you wanted to talk about, and that was why you wanted to join, or just in general wanted to join. That's all. So we want to give you space.
Kind of both.
You're like, here's my hot take. That I have gotten myself on like a webcam just to say, y'all.
Here's why Charlie's wrong about everything. Because that's my favorite guest that shows up.
I feel like the line we're missing right now that we are all hopping around is we need a word for we need kind of like an inverse of burn the witch to like burn the non-witch. About she who shall not be named for all of the mess ups and the lasting effects.
Because that's the biggest problem with her is that she has so much money and she's weird. Like, thanks to her and her activism, it is now illegal to give trans kids in England puberty blockers.
Mm-hmm. She has so much influence. Like, it's not just the money, it's the influence too. She has so much much clout that people listen to her, even though she has like no qualifications on what she's talking about and really shouldn't have any say whatsoever in the things that she's talking about. But she has all this clout and money, but clout too.
Yeah, she's so unqualified. Like, it's like Dunning-Kruger run amok.
Yes.
With her level of incompetency, like she's so incompetent that she's so sure she knows, and she's just talking out of her backside.
Because, do you know, for anybody who doesn't know what a puberty blocker is, it's exactly that. It stops you from going through puberty. It holds off puberty until you know, you either want it and you go off the puberty blockers, and then it's like nothing happened. You have your puberty then.
And it's really necessary for certain medical conditions.
Yes.
As well, like way before we're talking about trans and non-binary folks, way before that was like really part of the mainstream conversation, it was medically necessary. This is why it was really used medically for decades, was to actually save the lives of children, where at the start of puberty, they would have certain things occur that were lethal, their body would do. And so they needed to buy time, including treating various cancers, treating other autoimmune problems, treating some really wild, rare conditions that have to do with bone plates. I mean, you will learn a lot when you hang out with someone who stayed at St. Jude off and on their whole childhood, and they're like, let me tell you about all the other rare condition kids I met. And it's like, whoa, tell me more. Although I used to hang out at truck stops a lot afterward.
Although having known one particular, I wonder how many kids are suddenly going to develop becoming singers to get the drugs because castrati usage is one valid usage. Like I knew someone here who, like, his parents, talked with him and he went on puberty blockers so his voice would stay high, and so he'd have a couple more years to decide, did he want to reduce his puberty or what, because he was starting a career in singing.
Because for anybody who's never gone through the experience, puberty for a trans kid, not for all people, not all experiences are not the same, but for a lot of us, it was like suddenly there was a poison in your body. Everything suddenly felt wrong. You didn't know what it was, but everything was wrong. It was like the closest thing I could explain is it's like I've been on a bad trip for 30 some years because everything was wrong. It felt like poison in my body. Thanks to her, kids who would have been able to figure out whether or not they needed to have that experience or not are now going to be forced to have that experience.
Mm-hmm.
And there are some irrevocable changes that occur. Like if you're on puberty blockers and you are actually transgender, when you turn 18, there are things that you can do that will actually give you a more, I don't even know any vocabulary here because it's all horrible and terrible and wrong, but it will give you a more naturalistic feminine body or masculine body once you go on hormones, because your puberty, you won't have to go through two puberties, one to try to undo the other one.
Right.
You'll just have the one.
Puberty is actually very dangerous for the body, for the person. It actually can be quite dangerous. Cancers can show up if you go through puberty. Most times that's actually partly why men, since men never truly end puberty, that is why they do have higher rates of certain mortalities from pathologies, is because puberty never really ends for them. It's human bodies are wild, y'all.
Yeah.
And medical science is amazing. We literally are living in the future. And to have somebody who has literally no medical qualifications to so strongly influence an entire country on the medical procedures available that are medically necessary for people is outrageous and, frankly, really fascist. So, yeah.
And that's why when we talk about her being problematic, because it's one thing, like if Ursula K. Le Guin, and I'm sure she does, because everyone has a problematic view here, there, and yonder, right? If she had a problematic view, it doesn't like affect the world, because other than people like me who are big fans of her work, nobody knows what she says. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to follow her. Even though she is a renowned writer, right? She doesn't have this huge influence over the culture.
Sorry, I'm laughing at the TV show.
She Who Shall Not Be Named literally is using her money to affect change, to make these opinions of hers into law. And that's where these problematic views
so messed up
really become an issue, which is like, for me, like I said, I still love Harry Potter, but you know what? I'm not buying anything else. Like, she's not getting another dime. That's where I draw the line, right? Like, I own the movies, so I'll let myself rewatch the movies. I own the books. I'll let myself reread them if I want to, right? But I'm not giving her another dime, because that's where this becomes really problematic. You know, because it's one thing just to have weird views. You know, H.P. Lovecraft had a lot of bad takes on race and religion and people and gender and everything. But he did.
Yes, he did.
He did. He died in 1939, right? Like his power to wield that influence in a larger respect died with him.
And that whole thing about, oh well, it was a different time, or like I hear that one a bunch, like, oh, it was a different time, so their views weren't racist or sexist or whatever, fill in your blank of terribleness. And I'm here to tell you that is not accurate, and we're letting people off. And this is my other most irritated one. Oh, well, they're old. And that's why, you know, as people age, they then have racist views or sexist, blah, 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 blah. No, I am here to tell you that if your grandma or great grandma is a racist, she was always a racist. Turning 80 or 90 did not turn her into somebody who drops the N-word all the time. She's always been that way, okay?
I can't stand that. I can't stand even in music. Like, why is it that the N-word is so cool? It's
So,
like the new normal. Like for like guy friends to call each other that word. And it's like, oh, that's my boy. Like, it's saying, oh, like, that's my boy. That's my N. Why are you using that
there's a thing called
word?
recuperation.
It's disgusting. Like, stop.
Nikki, this is called recuperation. It's one thing for a community to use a slur against them and give it a different meaning and take it back in. My generation, when we started using the word queer, did so because, and other words, it was because we needed to know if somebody said that to us, were they just calling us a name or about to pull a weapon or physically assault us? We had to remove the shock. And so we started using that word amongst ourselves. There's one thing to try to recuperate slurs within a community and try to take the power away from them. Because when I hear the F word, I don't react anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I still judge people that use it. Like, oh, they get more than the side eye. But it doesn't, like, it used to freeze me.
Right.
And so there's a certain amount of recuperation that marginalized communities take onto themselves to try to, again, empower themselves. So, like, one of my favorite queer musicians actually has a song that uses the F word in it as a powerful statement. Like, you picked the wrong F to F with. Is actually the name of the song. And that's a song that I know that I sing when I'm angry, because I experience the power of that, because that is a word that exists to take power away from people like me.
And one that's
And
not
so
even used
recuperation
as much.
is a whole other very complicated topic.
Yeah, like one I've been coming across lately from the 2000s that I keep seeing that I found interesting was also using the word sissy. Like, that used to actually be like just as much a
slap in the face.
Yeah, but I mean, like, there's an interesting not for children semi-autobiographical book called Mississippi Sissy.
It is not for children.
No.
It's really fascinating. It's surprisingly well written. I say surprisingly because it's done in the first person. It's very much somebody's Mississippi childhood. And often when you get that, like when somebody's writing from an emotional memory, it's not necessarily, I would say, articulate. This is beautifully written, but loaded. And look, it's difficult. It was difficult for me to listen to the abridged audio, and yet it was so powerful, y'all. It's amazing. So if you can, I highly recommend it. But again, it is like, let me tell you, you don't have to ever been called a sissy to find this incredibly triggering.
Or the or that play we were watching yesterday.
Yes. By Del Shores. Oh yes. We will be featuring, that would be that will be the episode after Christmas.
Which reminds me, I was in the middle of a comment war with somebody, and I was trying to the way that I was wording it, I was like, okay, I don't mean this in any way. I'm literally trying to learn from you. Like, I don't understand why. Okay, so I forgot his name. Jazzy, the rapper.
There's a Jay-Z and a Jeezy.
You know how old I am that I'm talking about Jazzy Jeff? Hello, children, come and help me to the car.
Can I just say, as the oldest person on the stream, how do I know this and you don't? I'm going to add more shame to your bucket.
Sheltered here.
Yeah, G-Eazy, is that who?
Yeah, there's also a G.
Not G-Eazy. It's Jeezy.
Okay, so Jeezy.
That rap, yeah.
Okay.
he made a song with somebody else and also featured Demi Lovato. Well, he says the N-word like twice in the song. And I said, "Oh, this song's really cool. Like, I like the song. It's actually a nice song, but I just don't appreciate the fact that he's using the N-word." And someone goes, "Are you okay?" Like, come on. They're like, "Are you
Yeah.
okay?" I was like, "What do you mean? Like, what?" I'll find it.
You are recognizing the word and all the anger behind it. And a lot of people in the younger groups, as they're trying to recuperate and and take it back, really don't think about the implied violence in those terms. And so it's you're feeling a difference, like, and that's why if nothing else, go find the radio edit.
Yeah.
But
those words will disappear.
you're going to always encounter this because it's a different mindset about what does usage mean. And for Jeezy and most people using the N-word, it's trying to reclaim a power that's constantly stolen from them, from constantly being marginalized and saying, but I can say this. I can show my power that I can say this and you can't.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, I'm trying to find.
And that's a lot of what the issue is with somebody like, she who shall not be named, and the work that she's done. Because the one thing that I can say about her work, one of the things that to me makes the Harry Potter books and movies some of the greatest works of modern literature, is the community that developed out of those books. Like, you can really tell how much of her is not in these books. Like, we've talked about how much of her is in these books. You can see how much of her is not in these books that were by the community that is fostered from them. From the Harry Potter Alliance to every actor who had anything to do with the movies, just being like marvelously wonderful people in so many different respects. Mm-hmm. Like, the community that was born out of these books, who read them, who saw the argument that was posited by the books, that you just don't judge people for their inherent qualities, that you learn to respect people, that magic can come from anywhere. Those are lessons that a vast majority of the readership took to heart. Mm-hmm. And Harry Potter fandom, while it has had its very weird places, see our Cassandra Clare argument that we had a couple, what was that, like a month ago here? Because
I don't know, it could have been a year ago. Time doesn't make sense anymore. Sorry, y'all.
But the Harry Potter fandom has had its moments, shall we say.
Really?
Just look up Miss Witch and you'll find lots of YouTube videos about that. But the vast majority of what's come out of it is this community that wants to take care of each other, that wants to help each other out, that has done so much charity work, because that is what so many people took from these books. And that is something that is really at odds with the creator.
Yes, it's startling. So, as a public librarian, again, like 5-8 years ago, what I noticed was all the young people coming in who were, really into Harry Potter, right? They had a couple qualities that they almost all had in common. And that was mostly that oppression, strife, and struggle had softened their hearts rather than hardened their hearts. And I found that very provocative, very interesting, and I was very curious about it. And that was why I was more open to essentially, mainlining the whole Potter series for an entire month, because I really wanted to understand what about this has inspired, because a lot of these kids, I say kids, they weren't that young. These were people in their mid-20s. That's not young, but yeah. But I was terribly curious, what about this movie series? Because most of them said that they had originally, they were of that age that the movies is how they got into it, and then they read the books and tore through the books. They loved them so much. I was so curious, what about these these movies and books inspired so much emotional wisdom in fans. Because let me tell you, I don't see that in the Laurel K. Hamilton fans. I don't see that in the Cornelia Fluke or Flunk fans. I don't
Cornelia
see
Funk.
Yeah, that one. There's also a Fluke, and it's very confusing. And I think maybe one or both is German. It gets terrible. Anyway, not the German. No. Well, you know what? No, you know what? I'm going to leave the German comment. I'm going to leave that there. Anyway, and like the Stephen King fans, while they're a little bit odd, they're not necessarily that kind or compassionate. It's not like they're bad or anything. I'm just saying, like, it was such a difference of personality compared to all the other big author fans, you know, like James Patterson and all that. Because we get them all, you know, except, of course, Terry Pratchett with Discworld. I'm like the literal only person in the county other than Tom. And anyway. Just a moment for my struggle. Anyway. But I was very curious about this because that's not normal among all these other big fandoms, at least locally. I'm seeing so many readers coming through for these various fandoms. And I was just like, what is that? And then over the next several years with like Twitter and who she shall not be named, like just kept getting more and more off the deep end there of truly, literally going compassion, push away. I was just very curious of like, I need to know more about this. But I think still why I wanted to talk about this is the fandom is still there. That kindness, that compassion, that inclusivity that I really find wonderful and beautiful and provocative that I don't find. Let me tell you, Stephen King fans, they may be many things, but are they welcoming of inclusive? No. The different factions among Stephen King don't even like each other. Oh, do you read the comic books? Well, to hell with you, says the, what is it, Bachman? The ones under the Bachman pseudonym? Just crap about. Anyway. And so I think it says volumes about the fandom, and that is what I am terribly curious about. That is what, as a writer, I am drawn to is, I want that kind of fandom. I want to be part of that kind of fandom. But now I do not want to be associated with that blankety blank author.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when Stephen King is the voice of reason and comparison, hello, we need to stop and get off this carrot. Right. Okay. And also, because I have so many friends who organize Southern sci-fi fantasy conventions, I happen to know a lot of backstory about a bunch of authors and their interesting personal hobbies, proclivities, whatever we want to call it. And Stephen King being the voice of reason in this little conversation between him and she who shall not be named, it's freaking wild, y'all.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, maybe we have his son to thank. I really don't know what's, you know, there's things. But anyhow, that's why I wanted us to talk about this, because I think that this really needs to be a conversation that authors keep having and we never stop having. Because it used to be said that you could judge an author by their fandom. Of if their fandom is unkind, is divisive, then that says a lot about the author. That used to be for decades that sort of going, you know, adage. I'm not saying it was necessarily ever based in fact. I'm just saying I heard it coming up in the years. And now she has just proven, oh no, that is not accurate, at least not all the time. And that's what we also need to talk about is the culture that we cultivate with each other as writers, but also that we cultivate with our readers is really powerful. There, I'm off my soapbox. Y'all have to
Although, if you want to, although real quick, because you have brought it up before, we're going to talk about, you know, authors and their fandom. Let us never forget Heinlein, and who hated the hippie fandom he inspired. And because really, if you actually read his stories, they're very liberal, they're very liberating, they're not as conservative as people tend to paint them. Even Starship Troopers is not very conservative in its viewpoints. And so he attracted all of these, you know, at the time, literal hippies. And my favorite story of all time is how he,
you know,
he erected an electric fence around his property to keep them away, and, you know, locked the gate. And his wife kept accidentally turning off the fence and unlocking the gate.
So all the hippies could hop it.
And so they could go meet him and talk to him.
That's funny.
Yeah, pretty much. Really, really funny.
Well, it's like what Alan Moore said. You know, he said when asked why he stopped going to comic book conventions, he said, if I had to listen to one more person come up to me and say Rorschach's my favorite character, and me have to tell them you didn't even read the book, did you?
Ow! Sorry. My wrist just cracked. Ow!
You know, like there are some writers that are easy to be misread. Like if you don't have an eye for the irony or the sarcasm or the understanding that no, that character's not an anti-hero, they're just a villain who's the main character.
Mhm.
You don't have an eye for that. Like there are some authors that are easy to misunderstand that way, right?
Right.
But the thing about the Harry Potter books, what makes them special is how this book ends. Harry doesn't kill Voldemort. Voldemort's hate kills Voldemort. Sorry for spoilers on this book series.
I mean, if you have it, if it's spoiling it for you, I mean, you should
Why are you here?
this to happen.
How did you sit through this much? But I'm just saying that because that's one of the things that really made me mad about the movies. The movie flipped that on its head. In the book, Harry realizes what's going to happen if Voldemort casts the curse and begs him. Like the last words Harry says to Voldemort is begging him not to do it. Begging him not to. If you do this, you will die. You don't understand. You will die. Don't do this. And his absolute blinding hatred is what destroys him. That's what we read these books, got to the end and went, oh, so that's what hate does. True love brings people back from the dead to protect each other. Hatred destroys you from the inside out. That is the moral of the story for all of these books, encapsulated perfectly by the ending. And that's how you get this amazing fandom. Because it's so hard, especially when you read the books, to get there and not be like, I'm going to do everything in my power not to hate people. I'm not going to be a hateful person. I'm not going to be a hateful person.
And to accept everyone for who they are. Because it's that lack of acceptance that created this situation to begin with.
Yep.
I mean, we see how Tom Riddle is made. Tom Riddle was crafted. He didn't just spring forth from the ground, fully villainizing everyone he met.
How did he die in the end, Voldemort?
In the books, he cast the killing curse at Harry, but because of Harry's sacrifice, the reason Harry dies and comes back is he performs the same sacrifice his mother did, but for everyone at Hogwarts.
But in the movies...
In the movies, they changed it.
Yeah, in the movies, Harry kills him. They have their little wand off, and Harry's wand is stronger.
Well, no, they wanted to be green and red. That's why. That was really it.
But in the book, he's literally dodging every one of Voldemort's shots and begging him, don't do this. If you try to kill me, it will rebound on you. It'll be just like when I was a baby. You will die. You will die. Don't do this.
Because he never figured out that he made Harry a Horcrux.
Yeah.
Like, he never figured that out. He just thought there was a link. He didn't realize, like, why the link was there, and that was Harry was holding part of his life force. So if he tried to kill him, there's a, Harry could possibly survive it. No one was actually sure. Like, Voldemort even says, essentially, there's some dark shit going on in this story. Of, like, who is it? All of a sudden I can't remember the wizard running the school.
Dumbledore?
Dumbledore, set Harry up as a sacrifice on purpose. Like, he was to be the last to die, and Dumbledore was pretty sure Harry wasn't going to survive, but he knew there's a small chance. But, yeah, he was always going to be a lamb to the slaughter.
Which is why Snape and Dumbledore had... See, now I'm doing it. Snape and Dumbledore had so many fights with each other.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, so we saved him to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
And there's Dumbledore being like some cold, business person going, yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah.
I always set out to win. And there's Snape going, but it's Lily's kid. No.
Yeah.
Lily died for this. We're not going to ruin her sacrifice. No.
Yeah.
I also want to point out something that with what you were saying, Charlie, about how he was just dodging all of Voldemort's, things. That's continued character development, because that's really how was that half, I was in one of the best, I think the first, the Dr. Hallows, I think, in the beginning. When they're doing the chase scene, that's how they figured out it was Harry, because he was only doing he wasn't doing any killing. He was only doing like dodging and repelling spells. That's the whole point. Like, that's one of his main characteristics, and they completely just ruin that in the movie.
Yeah.
That was actually one thing that you liked about Harry, right? Like, that made him determined. Like, I know I'm not going to hurt anybody.
Yeah, like,
and he fought with them because everybody was like, no, you need to be able to kill people.
Yeah.
Become a murderer. Kill people. That's the only way you're going to live. And he's like, no. Like,
Sort of
like he literally pulls out the front.
This, like, I am absolutely not going to kill you, but I'm also not going to just lay down here. I'm going to block you, but I'm not going to kill you. And Voldemort's like, no, you cannot redeem me. I refuse.
Yep.
I am going to finish this thing I started. And I mean, that is, a very common trope. It's the hero has to give the villain one last chance with final enlightenment of the situation, where the hero understands the situation and has to enlighten the villain about it and say, do you still wish to commit this villainy? And then the villain goes, I don't care. I'm still going to do it because my will be done. And that is part of that hero's journey. That is part of it. I mean, it is ingrained in us that this is what the hero must do in order to be truly heroic. They can't just be a warrior. They also must be like wise in a certain format. They must be wise of the situation they are dealing with.
They have to become a sage.
They have to become a sage before the end of the story. So, I mean, really, is the villain a villain, or is the villain simply somebody who refuses true enlightenment and growth? Is that really what we are saying villainy is? Because at least in past centuries, that it does seem to be pointing more toward what we were really considering what is true evil, is evil refuses to grow and change with the times, with the environment, with what is required of us.
That would mean she who should not be named is the villain in this story, because she's refusing to change. She's refusing to grow.
Story, but maybe that story told itself. Because I am a natural storyteller. Thank you for coming to my show.
The reason I started laughing is I just had this moment of the most upsetting thing that you could ever say to she who shall not be named, other than Harry Potter is secretly trans and I can prove it through the books. Anyway. Oh no, he had some issues, some dysphoria issues in those books that like we can talk. But
I mean, I thought Harry was a trans character 15, 20 years ago, as I was told chapter by chapter in the story by family members.
If you actually look at the way the books are structured, they're actually structured much more as a Hegelian dialectic, where each book provides.
What does that mean?
Okay, so the way Hegel's philosophy works is you put forward an idea and you put forth its opposite.
Right.
You pit these against each other, and at the end, something new will come into being and move forward. The books actually do this, and we see, because Harry is the synthesis. Harry is the thing in the middle that keeps getting changed by the events of each book getting pushed forward. But the thing that he's up against is always the same thing. It's that overly conceited self-interest, whether that's from the Pearl and the stealing of the gift of eternal life in the first book, to Gilderoy Lockhart and his absolute vanity in the second book, which is the real villain of the book. It's his vanity and Tom Riddle's vanity in that he preserved himself as a 16-year-old. So if he ever had to do a do-over, he could have a do-over. Like, how vain is that, right?
Mhm.
But we see this over and over and over again throughout the books. And every time Harry is encounters one of these, unlike in a lot of fantasy book series, and this is a big problem in the genre, Harry actually changes. He's a different character in each book because of what he's learned from the previous stories.
Yeah, and that's what I found appealing.
Yeah.
Voldemort refuses that at every possible stage, which is what makes him the absolute villain. And so the end of the first book and the end of the seventh book, it's the same ending. It's the exact same way it ends. You have the thing that I want, right? Neither can live while the other survives, right? You have the thing that I want. I want to be the only one. It's Highlander rules now, right? It's the exact same end, and he didn't learn. He didn't learn when Harry was a baby, right? He faces the challenge 4 times, Voldemort does, throughout the course of the books, right? When Harry's a baby, he blows himself up. Oopsie doodle. He then comes back to Quirrell, and Harry boils him to death, which is much more gruesome in the book. He doesn't just turn into ashes. He literally boils Quirrell to death in the book. Oopsie doodle. That's bad. Harry escapes him in Goblet of Fire before they have their big showdown. So, okay, he gets out of that one. And then when they finally have their final showdown, he does it again. I mean, he just keeps doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results.
I mean, that is madness.
And that's hate. That's that vanity. I am the only one that's right. I have known the truth all along. I just didn't do it right last time. So let me tweak like 2 things and it'll work this time. How many times do you have to blow yourself up?
I mean,
Yeah, I
especially
watched
to me, the Goblet of Fire points out a lot of problems here for this character, in that throughout the entire 4th year, Voldemort could have gotten access to Harry whenever Voldemort wanted. But no, it has to be at the end, during this big event, and make sure that Harry, essentially gets himself into the trap, versus you had an entire year to get access that no one would have known. Harry simply would have been gone. Harry didn't know how to disapparate, so could not escape wherever he went. You could have just pulled him in his sleep while he was asleep even. But
Right.
no. During the event, during his win, quote-unquote, he's then going to take him down. Only then, when he is ripest.
Because he has to. I have to take you down at your best. Like it's pure vanity. It's so
Yeah, it's
ironic.
too easy. You're saying that it's like too easy to take somebody down at the like, oh, I'm just hanging out, rather than doing something that's like showing how strong they are, or something.
It's the vanity of Voldemort. He has to have him at his best. He has to win the Triwizard Tournament, because then he's not killing a child, right? Because Harry's too young for this thing. Like, that's the whole plot of the book, right? You're too young. It's too dangerous. You're not going to do it, right? So he basically has to prove, no, he's an adult. No, he's actually much more dangerous than you think he is, because look what he did. He came here with the trophy. I'm not just murdering a child because I'm a creepy monster man. He's a dangerous adulty person because, see, real threat. Like that's the whole point of why he has to go through the Triwizard Tournament. Because Voldemort can't look weak in front of his followers. So he can't be afraid of what was he there? 14? Wait, so it'd be what? 15?
He was 11 in the first one, so yeah, 14.
Yeah, 14, 15? Yeah, so 14 years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't be afraid of a 14-year-old kid. No, that would make him look weird. Right? Like, Voldemort can't look weird. No, let's make him look as manly man as possible. Like, he faced dragons. And right? Like he's building up an
It would make him look
strong
weak.
and
Yeah.
villain for himself, so he can look like a hero in front of his troops.
Right.
It just shows the vanity. Like, this is the cardinal sin of Voldemort, is this vanity that I am right, and I will do everything in my power to make you look better, so that when I take you down, I'm even more powerful. I look even more powerful. And can we see that in anybody's Twitter account right now? I'm just saying. Like,
Mm-hmm.
like, does this not sound familiar? Because I know this problem. Like, there are so many villains that I've written that when I've reread them, I went, "Oh man, that's my shadow self in the book." And I feel like that's what we've seen. Like,
Yeah.
all of a sudden, we're like, "Oh crap!"
And by the way, when you were talking, Glory, when you were talking about cancer earlier, and I started laughing because I was fixing my light, and I turned the light. I have 3 settings, like the lowest, medium, and bright. And when I did that, I kind of like blinded myself. So I was laughing at that. So I know everybody probably knows that. Knows that I was.
No, it's fine. I didn't think you were laughing at me. There's something going on.
Oh, and by the way, I found the comments about the use of the N-word in songs. I found the whole comment war, sort of comment war.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, I said, Demi did an excellent job with her part. I didn't like the fact that Jizzy, whatever, says the N-word. It's just not right. Somebody said, how is it not right? You do know he's black, right? He has every right to say that. Are you okay? And then somebody says he's black. He can say it if he wants to. And I said, does it matter? The color of the skin is irrelevant. No one should be using that word. It's just not. I said disgusting, inappropriate, and completely just not necessary. You just don't use it. It doesn't matter. You shouldn't use it. And then I said it's sad. I said it's sad and disgusting how normal that word is thrown around these days. It's a racist word that shouldn't be used by anyone for any reason. I do have a right to my own opinion. And so and I at the time I didn't really think about it, but I was like, I'm sorry you're butthurt by my opinion. And yes, I am okay. Like because at the time I felt that they were mad that I was stating my opinion. That's why I said that part. I was like, you're just
They were
mad
trying to
that
figure
I'm
out.
saying my
They weren't
opinion.
sure if you were trolling. Like, I mean, it is a troll part of, because it's the same thing you see with women calling each other bitch. Again, it's trying to take the power away from other people to say that.
Mm-hmm.
It is, it's a method everyone uses to try to take back what is used to subjugate them.
And then they said, I'm not butthurt, but you're white. You have nothing to do with it. I'm black, and we use it to call our fellow black people that. We turn it into something positive. It's part of. It's the past, and we changed. I said, okay, I see, and understand what you're saying. When you say that, you're trying to change the meaning of that word, but you. What did I say? Oh, and then I feel a little embarrassed. I said, but would it offend you if some random person called you that word? And I was just saying, you're offended that I have my opinion. And then they said, and then they responded and they said, I would be mad if someone who was white said it. And now I forgot my point. Like, now that it's been a couple of days or a couple of weeks, I forgot my point in bringing that up. I was just like, it was basically like, nobody should be saying that. Why? It's just not necessary. Don't say it. Like, it's just.
As somebody who's been a big part of the argument over whether or not we should take back certain words in the LGBTQ community, including some of the more recent ones, like my absolute favorite, all the kids on Tumblr who took back transtrender. I love you all. I love you. You are my heart. Like, you took over a hashtag and made it work. Thank you for taking hate speech away from the TERFs. Thank you. But again, very controversial that they did that. But this, I really hate to say it this way, but in a lot of ways it is an internal matter where you have to talk amongst yourselves, because these are controversial thoughts even within the groups themselves. Like, whether or not you should or can recuperate any negative term is a big, like, there are some people that are still really upset at the idea that we talk about queer theory and use that word specifically. It has become the catch-all for everything under the ever-growing alphabet acronym that is hard to say if you want to say it with all of the letters in there. But it is an internalized argument that once you get to a point where we have said that queer theory is the thing that we can say, well, now anyone can use that word if it's used appropriately. Now, the F word and the T slur and some of the others, those are much more hot button issues within the community. And those are still matters for internal discussion, much like the N-word is. There are a lot of African Americans who do not like the recuperation of the N-word, and there are others that see it as empowering. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying that recuperation started in the 1950s. If you don't believe me, go back and listen to a Red Fox album from the 1950s and see the beginnings of the recuperation of this term and how it started. And you can find it in earlier works like by Porkchop and Bess that were really trying to recuperate a lot of racist terminology into the African American community and finding ways to use them as empowering terms. I don't like being the person that's like, it is a matter of internal debate, and yes, people are entitled to their own opinion, but marginalized communities need to be able and free to figure out how they want to deal with the history of their own oppression.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think like the most important part is like the best thing anyone can do is figure out where are you in that usage of the word. If you are not part of that community, then just simply tell yourself, this is a word I don't use, and let everyone else manage themselves. And that is like, that way you don't have to really delve into the philosophical issues. You don't have to worry about it as relates to you, because it's not part of your, world that you exist in, whether you want to exist in it or not. So, like, there are words like I do not use in reference to Romani. I am not Romani. I have several Romani friends. There are words I do not use because I am not part of that community, and I'm just never going to say those words anymore. It's just, we're done. But like communities where I am a part of, I do use queer. 2 months ago, I was corrected by a cis het woman who's 10 years older than me, saying you shouldn't use that word. And I was like, literally in the breath I was explaining about my mother shoving me back in the closet. And this woman then told me I shouldn't use queer. That's not a nice word. I'm like, okay, again, I'm in the community. I'm the one deciding to use it. Please, someone outside the community, do not tell me my business. I'm working on my business. You work on your business, and I will work on mine. I understand you grew up in a world where that word was only used negatively, but I have now, as an adult, lived in a world where that is used positively, and if anything, compassionately and warmly. And so I'll manage myself in my world and you manage yourself in your world, and then we'll be okay. Because if you think that's a bad word and you never use it, at least in front of me, I'll be happy.
Yeah.
I'll be fine.
It's kind of like in the disability community where we're discussing whether we should use person first language or not, because a lot of people don't like person first language because it tends to exclude the disability part of having a disability. I personally don't like person first language. I prefer, just stating the disability itself. I'm doing a terrible job explaining this, but
well, it's
Can
really
you
racist
explain
in the
what
autism
person first
community.
language is?
person first language is like saying, oh, now I can't. What's the
Well, it's like,
Hands capable.
do you have
a person with autism or an
Are you-
autistic person is
Right.
a good example. A person with autism is person first language. Autistic person is not.
It's disability first, or it is this othering first.
Yes.
And it is, if anything, it is more hotly debated in the autism community than any of the other like-minded communities. Because autistic community does not view autism as an out and outright disability. We view it as simply a neurodiversity. And so we're like, no, I'm proudly autistic, versus I am a person with Ehlers-Danlos. I am not an Ehlers-Danlos person.
Yes.
So my autism is, I think, a lovely part of my self-identity, but my Ehlers-Danlos is not part of my self-identity that I view as the positive. It's more like something I freaking deal with because I don't have a choice, but also it is nice to bounce if you do fall. So language is wild.
Yes, it is.
One other thing we, Gloria and I like to just talk to each other about is whenever people talk about, why does this group still talk about something? Why aren't they just going on to the forward? Among other things I'd like to bring up is that Jews were enslaved for approximately about 95 to 115 years.
Just a few generations, that's all. Not even as long as American slavery.
Yeah.
And they've been doing the same yearly ceremonies
for 8 days
in a row
every year
since then. And in case you're wondering, we actually have like 200, 300 BC manuscripts of it's about the same ceremonies that were done then.
Y'all. It has not deviated since before Jesus, okay? It has not deviated since before Hanukkah, before the story of the Maccabees. It's been going on that long.
But you know what? It does help people.
It really helps. We're going to talk about it for 8 days every year, and then we're going to move on the rest of the year. But that's what works for Jews. Does it work for everyone? No. We're not trying to tell other people how to experience their life or their collective oppression.
But it is part of their, in the internal group's experiences and how they handle it.
Because to loop this back to She Who Shall Not Be Named, the reason all of this comes together is with her recent statements and the people that she's been aligning herself with. That's what I find a lot more troubling than her statements. She has aligned herself with people that deny neurodivergence and are extreme ableists, in that basically, ADHD really isn't a thing. It's just something you can get over. Like you should grow out of it. She's aligning herself with people like that. She's aligning herself with people that have said some very troubling things about how autism is something that people do to get attention. Like the girl that she actually wrote the first tweet that, isn't it a shame that she got fired? Yes, because she said some very hateful things to another human being that was a client. But she's also on the record as saying that autism isn't really a thing. It's just something people say to get attention for themselves. These are not people that you want to associate with. And I feel like she's gotten herself so blinded by what she perceives as an issue that she knows everything that there is to know about.
Mhm.
And if you think I'm like adding that to her, she literally wrote an essay. You can go read it. It's on her website, where she starts off with, I've done all the research. I've talked to all the people. I know this better than anyone else. She says this.
All the research, all the people.
All the research. She knows everything.
You've got it all done in
her gender studies.
miraculous time.
She knows the
Sounds like Trump.
inside and out.
Sorry.
Like she's a
Mhm.
genius.
How did she not get a doctorate while she was doing it if she was so thorough? Like, seriously, wouldn't surely someone have given her a doctorate for it by now if she did all the research and talked to all the people?
But that's where this gets really troubling, because when we're talking about the ableism in her books, when we're talking about the sexism in her books, like one of the people that she has aligned herself with has said that the thing that makes a woman is the fact that she menstruates. And when she ceases to menstruate, she ceases to be a woman.
What? I
know there is so much to unpack in the
Yeah.
misogyny, the sexism. Frankly,
What
the
in the
ableism.
of that,
hell
like
is she
you're
talking about?
only feminine if you are of childbearing ability, and if
Yes.
you're not, go the frick home.
And I'm sorry, but I was raised to believe that feminism was the idea that women are valuable because women are women, like because people are valuable. A woman is a woman is a woman is a woman, like,
And that women are equal.
and women, yes,
That's it.
Like,
It's not about defining.
you're not supposed to limit people down to a particular body part. Like that's like
Which is what the
what
other
most of
side
feminism has been against.
Sounds a lot like Trump.
And
I'd also like to think that my
Sorry, I had to say it.
I like to think that my femininity is a lot
more nuanced,
stronger, and less fragile, and less erasable.
Well, and I just think of all the like women who, once they reach a certain age and stop menstruating and stop, how do they? What are they now?
Are they
Like,
non-binary? Are they non-binary entities that exist?
what about women who never menstruate?
yeah.
Yeah. What about
There,
there are people born without who are XX chromosome, and again, that is not a definition of womanhood, but who are born without uteruses or for other reasons don't menstruate. They're still, again, it's like let's just go with self-identity and just call it a day. Everyone head on home. We're good. You are what you say you are, who you say you are. We'll take your word on it. Nobody's going to check.
and that's
Please, nobody check.
Ah.
I'm not a viewing spectacle, y'all.
and that's where a lot of this is getting really problematic, is that she has the money and the clout to push these opinions forward. Like, she's already gotten the law changed in England to prevent kids suffering from dysphoria from medicating. They cannot
I'm
have
laughing at
access
TV's
to
comment. Sorry.
they cannot have access to puberty blockers now. Like, she's already won that battle. What other battles is she going to pick legally? And that's where she, as a writer, as a professional who earns an income off of this property, off of this IP, becomes problematic, because we have to start asking ourselves, how much am I contributing to these very real world harms? Because do you know what brings down the self-harm rate amongst trans people? Medication.
Amen.
Treatment. So now she's
Actually treating them with
harmed
respect
children.
and not making fun of them, too.
Like, this is like, it's such a big issue, and you see it in the books. Like, and you have to start asking questions, right? Well, you're associating with all these ableist people. We can see ableism clearly present in your books. Is that you? And the fact that she's trying to take this language and say, I've been called an ableist because I hang out with these people. Well, ableism is a slur.
Oh God, not that.
Yeah, she's pulling this out. TERF is a slur.
It's not a slur.
Ableist is a slur. And she's starting to pull that language out. And it's just...
She's hanging around the wrong people, and she's starting to get worse views than before. And she's...
You know, say no to Death Eaters is what I'm saying.
Exactly.
It's just so frustrating.
But I mean, but you can see these hints in her storytelling because it is the characters who are richer, the ones who have pure blood, who actually have more power and
more nuanced backstory. They have more character arcs that are truly nuanced. They're rather interesting. If anything, their character arcs are beguiling.
Mm-hmm.
If they weren't so freaking terrible, you'd really want to invest in them. And we kind of see that in fan fiction and slash fiction. We have that bingo square, y'all. Of Malfoy, and I don't know, like I've seen people shipping Malfoy with you name them under the sun. And all right, I'm here for all the Malfoy redemption arcs, quite frankly, because it's rough when your family be messed up. It's rough. But
you're not taking my non-binary tonks away from me.
No, that's not.
You're not taking her away from me. You're flying her away from me. My cold dead hands.
Who can transform, right? It's like it's actual like a whole subset of magic.
Yeah, she's a metamorph magus. She can change her body at will.
So that's a whole subset of the population of the wizarding world, which I'm like, ooh, that would be so cool. Also, let me tell you the time when I watched that. What was it? It was it Chamber of Secrets where they're all transforming, and Hermione accidentally made herself into a cat, and I'm like, tails and ears! Oh my god!
Furries would be so happy.
I want a pet, a human-sized kitty that's not going to rip my face off. That kind of, yeah. I'm a human. I'm made for petting things. It's been biologically and psychologically proven. We're made for petting things.
Cats don't meow in the wild, y'all. They learned how to do that to talk to us.
Yes, they only meow to us. They do not meow to each other. They chirp to each other.
Oh my gosh! Speaking of like cats and stuff, our cat Bella has been doing the cutest thing lately. Couple of weeks ago, I started like giving her like tiny pieces of our lunch meat. Ever since then, anytime I'm by the kitchen table to make me and Lindsay's lunch, she's right there looking up at me like,
surely you'll drop something. Surely. Come on. If I just wait long enough, manna from heaven.
If I look cute enough. Don't forget, like, no, they know they're looking cute.
Oh, I used to have a cat.
And
I only truly had one cat that was mine, Andromeda. And a couple years later, I got a miniature dachshund. And when she was Cassiopeia, like you started to see it. Anyway, several times I caught Andy the cat teaching Cassie, the mini dachshund puppy, how to make faces. It was just, it was back before cameras. Everyone had cameras. So I never got a video of it. But yes, the cat was teaching the dog how to make cutesy faces and then critiquing it. They know what they're doing. They know what they are doing. And then the dog would then share the bounty with the cat. After I gave the dog the treats, the dog would eat part, and then the cat would be waiting, going meow. And then the dog would, all right, there's your portion, and they would share in the grift. But anyway, I enjoyed this lovely tangent.
And then Bella will like sit there and she'll like look at you like all sad or all like cutesy, like let me, or like come on, I just want a little bit of people food, just a little bit. And then she'll like make this weak meow, like oh,
fine. If you give it to me, I would be sad.
oh my god, when she was a kitten, she didn't have a meow. She squeaked.
Yep.
It was the cutest thing. She didn't know how to meow. She squeaked. It was so cute.
I used to have an all-black cat that my mom was a sucker. And when I was living at her place, like she would fall for anything with my cat. So one time she steps on my cat's tail in the kitchen and then, pays her off with, lunch meat. What does my cat proceed to do every day after that for the next 2 years? But around 10 a.m. every day, she goes and lays across the entire pathway with her tail stretched out, so she covers the entire walkway.
Yeah.
To right around the corner, though, so my mom doesn't actually see her, to try to get her to step on her tail.
No, you've hurt me. Yeah.
Yeah, usually my mom would step over, and then she would like complain like she had been stepped on.
Yes.
I mean,
It's a grift.
God,
yes.
they know what they're doing. We still love them for it.
Or like Bella will sit there and she'll sit down, she'll look up at you, meow, 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 meow. And then, like, as if, hey, pick me up, I want to be held. As soon as you go down, as soon as mom and dad or whoever goes down to pick her up, she runs away.
Yep.
She plays the chasing game. Like, I'm not going to chase you to the couch. Like, so that's what she wants. She wants you to chase her to the couch, sit down on the couch, and pet her on her couch. Or brush her on her couch.
Welcome to How to Train Your Human.
Yes, it's very cool. So
Exactly.
we've been going for about 3.5 hours. And I think we're probably about wrapping up. I was thinking first we would do a round of everyone's final hot takes or final impressions. And then we'll do a round of outros and news, right? Does that sound good? If you don't like it, talk now. Or I will have no sympathy for you later when you're like, but I wanted to do it different. Can you tell I have younger siblings? Anyway. Okay. Feel free. What's your last final hot take? Or what do you want to get off your chest? Or final parting words about today?
Don't let anyone, not even a writer, ruin something for you. I am over this meme of so-and-so ruined my childhood. You know what? I love the Alien movies. Like, I'm literally sitting here, like, you can't see it because it's all off camera, surrounded by alien stuff because I love this franchise more than is reasonable.
I hate to admit, I actually like the third Alien movie.
Same. Ridley Scott is not ruining my childhood by making bad movies. He's just making bad movies. Love what you love. Hold on to what you love. The world is so full of darkness and despair. If you want to look for it, stop looking for it. Just take what you have, love it, and don't let anyone take it away from you.
Or practice it and practice it. Like with writing.
Yeah.
You want to be a writer, then sit there and practice. If you want to be that, then do it. Sit down and try to learn and do live streams like this. And talk to people who have written books before and they know what they're actually doing and saying, and they can help teach you. Which, thank you for helping teach me how to do battle scenes.
Like that one right there, who writes really, really, really powerful books.
Mm-hmm. And like the thing that I said about my comment war with somebody, like I literally was commenting on it because I was trying to learn from that person, like, and I feel bad because I didn't mean to sound like I was like offending them or something. And now I feel like I want to message them back and be like, I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to be offensive or anything. I was literally bringing it up because I want to learn from you.
That may be a good idea to like at least clear the air or make sure it's clear. Because this is a rough year. Let's make sure
I
don't
understand
hurt
it.
we don't mean to hurt. And let's try not to hurt others.
Yeah, because I understand it now, because it's like growing up, you don't say that word. You get in trouble if you say that word. That is a bad thing to say. You don't. That's inappropriate. It's all kinds of bad. Like that's where I grew up. So I'm like, I see that and I keep seeing it in songs. I'm like, God, this is annoying. Stop saying it. It's bad. Stop saying it. There are certain people out there who are still offended by that. Just stop. And I don't really realize a lot of them are using that word and they're taking it back. I didn't realize I didn't realize that's the case. that it's taking the word back. It's taking and putting a positive
Yeah.
spin.
It is one of those things you have to be careful of. Do not be offended for other people.
Amen.
Let them be offended for themselves.
Yes, please.
Did
And
anyone
if I
else
can just
have
add
any
one
hot
little,
takes?
like, side addendum to what Tom just said. A lot of people are very, very kind because they mess up with my pronouns and other trans people's pronouns. You're going to mess up. Everybody messes up. Don't make a performative show out of messing up. Just if you feel like saying you're sorry, say you're sorry, but don't make a whole thing about it, because then you make the other person feel self-conscious for being themselves.
Or message them
That's never
private. Or if you're sorry, if you feel like you need to say sorry to that person, private message them and be like,
Yeah.
I really don't know if our fellow co-hosts noticed or anybody in the chat noticed, but by the way, I'm really sorry for saying he all the time. Because I see he, and I'm saying he when it should be she or they, like, exactly. And it's like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm sorry. Like,
But it's when you're in the, but that's just it. It's people can very easily tell in tone of voices how someone means something.
Yes.
mhm.
And it's just like, we don't say the N-word because we don't like it and we feel that people will be offended. There are other people, though, who have friends who are black, and those friends are more than comfortable and happy with them saying the N-word to them, calling them that. But that's part of their friendship, and it's still just between them. Like, it's one of those things of everything is in context. And that's also why sensitivity readers are very important.
Yes, please.
In your when you're doing your stories. Get outside perspectives on your storytelling to make sure you're not sending a message you're not comfortable with.
I just want to add about sensitivity readers, and truthfully, even if you are writing about a community you are a member of, I would still recommend getting more sensitivity readers in that community, because, for instance, I'm going to bring it up again. If you met one person with autism, you've met one person with autism. And so again, like, if I'm going to write a story with an autistic character in it, I'm still going to be searching out sensitivity readers for autism, because my experience of autism is not necessarily a more general experience or a more general impression of it, and I want to be sure that it's at least not hurting another heart. Really, I mean, really, when I really boil it down, I don't want to offend. I don't want to offend if I don't want to offend. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I do, in fact, want to tell the bees to buzz off, but most of the time I don't want to offend. And so, therefore, even if you are part of that community, I do recommend getting sensitivity readers as well in that community. It can essentially cover your bases. But anyhow, does anybody have any hot takes that they would like to get off their chest? Anybody?
I still enjoy watching the second and third and fourth movies, like, to this day.
Yep.
On the other hand, bravo to She Who Should Not Be Named, because Dolores Umbridge is definitely one of the most evil characters ever created. I don't like the fifth movie simply because I don't like her scenes.
Can I just say, I want to get
conversations about who's more evil, Voldemort or Dolores Umbridge, and every time Dolores Umbridge wins out, because Dolores Umbridge knows the crime, the pain she is committing to children.
Yep.
And Voldemort is frankly so self-involved and so narcissistic that he's frankly actually not conscious of all the pain he is inflicting. He really thinks that he's right, versus Dolores, oh no, she knows what she's doing.
And she does it anyways.
And that is real evil versus whatever the insanity that is Voldemort going on.
If I can just give a special shout out to whoever out there in the interwebs is making those memes where they're photoshopping She Who Shall Not Be Named's face onto Dolores Umbridge's body in various scenes from that movie, and going like really detailed into like making sure that the color palette matches, and like that like they really look real. Like, you're giving me life right now. Because maybe if anything, I'll get through to her. Maybe. But
By the way, if you have that bingo square, be sure to mark it.
Oh yeah, that's
There
right.
is one if you can connect J.K. Rowling to Dolores Umbridge. Bingo.
I tried not to do it, but I had
You
to.
just couldn't
Umbridge was
help
brought
it.
up. Like, that's my favorite meme right now. Is
I know. I need you to send that to me. I haven't seen this, and I need to see this, sweetheart. Anybody?
I think the book is such a good example of how to treat. Well, okay, it's not always a good example, but it does show you how to treat people with kindness and not othering people just for reasons because they're other. And I think we need to hold on to that because the rest of it is not so great. But that is something we should hold on to. I think that is one of the good qualities of the book. So. I agree with Grayson too. I still break down over Sirius. Yeah, that one was particularly tough for me.
I just want to say I'm really thankful for this discussion tonight. I thought it was really, really great, and I really appreciated all the insights and perspectives that went into this. And it was really enjoyable. So thank you guys. And I also want to say, part of me wishes if it wouldn't give her more power and more money. I really wish there could have been a Marauders era movie and story in general, because I feel like there is a whole lot of potential could have been explored and happened if that story came to life. And that's why I actually love watching. I don't know if you guys watched any of the fanfic videos of that era. It's phenomenal. And I feel like it's actually redeeming some of the lost potential there.
Severus Snape and the Marauders is one of the best Harry Potter movies ever made.
Agreed.
I mean, although that does actually bring up, I know we're ending this, but just real quick in writing, what is most epitomized by Star Wars, but in a lot of other stories, and to not be upset about your own writing when this happens, but sometimes it turns out where the inroad for people to enjoy your story is not actually at the beginning of the story. It's later on. Harry Potter takes place, halfway through the story and finishes it. The Marauders are the actual beginning of the story.
Yes.
But it's a lot more complex. It's not as snappy, and so yeah, that's not as necessarily the first place you want to start your readers on. So that is something also to understand. Like, sometimes maybe you have to change the time frame of your story and then come back later.
Yeah. Well, I absolutely love our discussion today. My goal with all of these videos, and I know some people have said, like, "Oh, Gloria, I love your videos. It's so great to get a break from writing videos." And I'm like, thanks.
These are storytelling videos.
Writing video.
This is how you tell a story.
This is about storytelling, which is at its heart the proto. Before you write, you have to tell the story, and that this is what we aim for. I hope that it is my hope that everyone who watches this, whether live or later, and we will do an edited version where it's like a highlight reel of this. So, for the ADHD mind, we will have that coming out in a few weeks or so as time allows. It is my aim that everyone who ever watches this feels inspired, feels like they have been given some hope, and maybe a bit of that can-do motivation of, you can do this. You can tell the stories, and you can be inspired by even problematic stories or problematic storytellers and try to essentially tell it a bit better than what you got. Because that is the goal, right?
I can't be
It
sorry.
is my true personal desire that we will grow more and more writers and storytellers as time goes on, because these YouTube videos are available for free. And we have copies of it, so if something ever happens, we will still then put it up on whatever's the new YouTube, so that these archives will persist for future storytellers and future writers to essentially learn this craft, as we were raised on our mother's knee and her whole family of storytellers who've been telling stories for thousands of years. That was their role in the temple. Of keep telling these stories, keep telling your stories. I used to think like, I don't have any stories to tell. Everyone's already told these stories. And it was because I was still thinking in their boxes and not in my own definitions. So I'm here to tell you, you are watching this, you are already ready to tell your stories. Keep sticking with it, no matter how much it hurts, no matter how awkward it feels, no matter how odd this feels or uncomfortable, or you feel like there's no place in this world for my story. I promise you there is. I promise you the world is big enough for you and your world. Please keep going. We need you to do this. This is the only way the world gets better. We are wired for stories. So thank you so much.
Grayson.
An outro, or unless somebody, I mean, like if there's an amen choir, I will give it a moment. I am trying to compliment bondage.
Amen. Amen.
Uh-huh.
Amen.
Yes, claps.
Amen.
Gay men. Oh,
Amen.
Those two.
But
And I do have a question for all of you at the end of the show when we
okay,
close.
so if everybody's ready to do their outros, before I forget though, real quick, next week, December 21st, we're gonna have the Christmas movies extravaganza.
Ooh.
There will be discussion of A Christmas Story. There will be discussion of Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas. There will be a discussion of the Muppet Family Christmas TV special. Let's see. There will be the discussion of the Polar Express and how it is supposed to be a movie about fate that literally subjugates fate.
Okay, that movie creeps me out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We will be talking
It's
about
just
yes,
because-
Nightmare Before Christmas is both a Halloween movie and a Christmas movie. We're going to talk about that.
The way that
We
it's
are gonna talk
animated
about
creeps me out.
Scrooged. You know, Scrooge.
Mhm.
As an excellent version. And yes, we are going to talk about A Muppet Christmas Carol.
Yes.
We are also probably going to talk about a heck of a lot more, but I hope everyone will join us. And there will be a bingo-themed
Mhm.
Christmas-infused bingo game to go with that, and yet more prizes. And we're also, one of the prizes will be a Southern food care package for whoever wins. Maybe we'll do multiple. I don't know. We have to see how good, the money we make this week on food delivery goes. But we're going to do our best because we want everyone to know you are cared about. You are real. You are valid. We love you. You are magic.
And we love hearing your stories.
We love hearing your stories, and we love what you contribute. I'm sorry that I haven't been able to go over the chat. I've been loving the chat. Everyone who showed up. Thank you so much. All right.
So what was your question?
Huh?
What was your question for us
Me?
at the end? Yes,
Oh!
this is the end.
Oh, no, I was going to say after you.
Oh,
You mean the backstage?
Yeah.
oh,
Okay.
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 It doesn't have to be on screen.
Okay. All right, so outros.
Yeah, sure.
Who are we?
Kind of weird.
For anyone who might possibly be wondering.
They'll make me close my eyes and point.
That way.
Do you want to just go on like it the other way?
Yeah, I think
No.
we
Okay.
Everybody do your fingers. There we go. Tom? There we go. Thank you,
Oh,
baby.
yeah, thank you. Put more focus on me. That's exactly what I need.
Yes, you do. You do. Go on.
Alrighty. So hey guys, how are you? My name is Abigail Ford. And so I have a YouTube channel where I do stuff. I just started doing a live reading of my book, if you'd like to join that. And then so my book, which I just published 3 months ago, whatever, September. And then the next one's coming out at end of next month. So yeah, that's me.
Is it my turn next?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. First one
Okay.
to talk.
Hi, my name is Megan McCarthy. I have a YouTube channel, and I hopefully will be posting some more videos and doing some sprints on my channel. I should have some coming up. I also am going to be joining Tessa Dean on her channel on Tuesday. Oh, that's tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So if you guys want to join us, it should be a lot of fun. Tessa streams are always great. So yeah, that's about it. Charlie's turn.
Have you ever wondered how long it takes to get a misspelled odd statement on a video about Star Wars? It takes 30 minutes and 3 views. Anyway, I'm doing Vlogmas. This is one of the many things that I have learned from this experience. Trying to figure out exactly what all I can, should, and might want to be doing videos about. Which reminds me, I have another video to make today. Yay! I've been doing a lot about short stories because short stories are kind of my heart right now, and I'm really enjoying the process. I stream on my channel every Wednesday and Friday starting at 5 p.m. Eastern. So I would love to see some of y'all there because we've been like going crazy with the like sprints lately. It's kind of been a forced march, but like I got stuff I need to get done. So yeah, I think the forever stream has died and the forced march stream has begun.
Yes, let's force march into 2021, alive and writing.
And both Maggie and I have agreed, as the founding members of the Psychic Writers Guild of the Apocalypse, that we're no longer going to make any jokes whatsoever about anything that could ever possibly happen in perpetuity from now on, because we made a joke about an electromagnetic storm hitting the United States, and then it did. So,
Thank you. I appreciate your wise but perhaps a bit latent wisdom. What did I ask you back in October to quit doing it?
By the way, the Psychic Writers Guild of the Apocalypse are taking memberships now.
Okay. This way, there. This is all I'm doing, Tom.
I am Tom. I don't really do much right now on YouTube besides, help co-host with Glory and talk about videos. Mostly I'm working on, editing and making these videos shorter so people have an easier time, hearing everything we're talking about. Because we really are hoping, to grow some better writers who have better understandings of stories and also are more inclusive, have more variety of characters and types and people, so we can all, find ourselves in stories more easily. And other than that, I work on computers, and I study a lot of health stuff because I'm a massage therapist.
And National Board certified. We're very proud.
Ooh,
As you should be.
He passed the first time he took the test.
impressive.
Well, yeah, apparently the average to pass is 3 times, and it's like a 3-day test or something like that. Yeah.
My goodness. Well, congratulations.
It's a real big deal, actually. We're very proud. Nikki?
Okay. I was so rudely interrupted by a yawn. What the heck? I hate doing outros. I'm Nikki. I'm a writer. I'm writing a trilogy. I write fan fiction. I do live streams, live write-ins. I'm gonna try to make a video about my disability and personality tag video. And me and Megan want to do a part 2 of our ableism talk.
Cool.
So that would be awesome. So for anybody who's watching, please go back and watch that live stream and comment if you have any questions, because then that gives us more things to talk about.
Yes. And it was such a good video.
And answering more
Definitely.
questions. So, yeah, that's me.
Well, hi, I'm Glory, and if you don't know that, you wandered into a channel. I hope you're having a good time. I do regular Monday at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific shows with my brother, Tom. And right now we're talking about movies. Yeah, oh God, I have to do that corner thing again. Okay, probably. Y'all have no idea the amount of learning disability we got. Anyway, so right now we're talking about movies, and in January we're going to start back with the Awkward Sibling Hour, where we talk about autism issues as relates to the environment we live in. It's going to be fun. It's going to be wild. If you like this, wait till you see season 2 of Getting Excited About Movies, as well as season 2 of Awkward Sibling Hour. Y'all, I write LGBTQIA plus paranormal romances, coming of age. Frankly, whatever I feel like, sci-fi, fantasy. I refuse to be boxed in. I'm my own person.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Y'all have no idea.
Yeah, y'all actually have not yet seen. But anyhow, it's fine. And I'm doing this, and beyond that, I don't know. But I hope that you will come back and join us, and that you'll follow us. Abby and Charlie's information is down below. So, and then later, if you're watching this,
All of it.
Megan and
Seriously,
Nikki's
like
in there
all
too.
of it. Every little piece
Actually,
of
I
it.
just realized that I forgot one
All of it.
link for Abby that I will fix later.
What link?
No comment. So anyhow, but I hope that we will see you again. I hope we've given you hope, and that you will let us hear your voice, because that is what we are here for. Honestly, really and truly. So we're going to see you later. Bye-bye. Thank you for coming. Bye-bye.